Good evening. Welcome to the Selectmen's meeting of September 9th, 2019. We have an extended agenda tonight. The last agenda item is actually past 10 o'clock, so it's going to be a long meeting. We're first going to start off an executive session in two different articles. One has to do with litigation, one has to do with real property. So I'm looking for motions to go into executive session.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to MGL Chapter 30, Section 21A, Subsection 3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, as an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on litigation, and the chair so declares, and pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21A6, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property if the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body.
Second. Motion's been moved and seconded. Those in favor, Mr. Gerbic?
Aye.
Happily?
Aye.
Mr. Coast?
Aye.
Mr. Wavy?
Aye.
Mr. Knox? Aye. We should be back around 6:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Board of Selectmen's meeting for September 9th. Executive session just finished. I'll read through the agenda. Starting at 6:30, closest to it, organization, Pledge of Allegiance, Reed Mail, 2019 NPO election nomination papers requested from the town of Bedford. B, 2019 Light and Water Works, Mass Water Works grant support letter. C, G7 Lab LLC, informed written consent. 6:35, department board updates, which there are none at this time. We'll have a presentation from Sanctuary Medical or Medicinal Sanctuary. Public input and members' output, then follows 6:50, a one-day liquor license request by Cannon Theater for a donor appreciation reception on September 27th. A joint meeting with the Light and Water on the sewer MOU around 7:15. Item number 8, joint meeting with the Finance Committee and School Committee on fiscal year 2021 budget. Item number 9 is joint meeting with the Finance Committee and the Permanent Municipal Building Committee on the police department's problems we're having with that building. 8:15, joint meeting with the Finance Committee, proposed library building project financing options. And B, meet with the town's new auditing firm, Melanson Health. And number 11, insert articles on the special town meeting. Around 9:30, discuss retail marijuana evaluation process. 9:45, assistant town administrator define the interview team and the process. And B, building commissioner and facilities director discuss information, gather next steps. That followed around 10 o'clock by town administrator, ratify reserve fund transfer request for internal control audit. B, emergency management planning grant for the light tower. C, Green Communities Grant. D, Cooper Farm House update, followed by minutes. Mr. Clerk, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Forgot to check.
Nina, if you can go through the first part about the,
Be glad to, thank you. For mail items, we had 2 items from mail. The goals submitted by the Master Plan Implementation Committee for this coming year, or this current year, and a letter from Paddock Estates at Boxborough regarding 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes within the state's affordability criteria. We have a few different actionable items, which I put on the agenda, and the first, if I just may keep rolling, the first is a MPO election nomination paper request from the town of Bedford. They have, in past, served through their town manager, and now they are identifying their economic development director and asking towns if they would support the nomination of their economic development director to serve on the MPO representing all the communities.
do we need to act on that, or is it?
They are
What have we done in the
requesting
past?
action.
I
Do
don't
you have
know.
a recommendation? Are you involved enough to?
I'm not involved enough. I don't believe I've ever met Miss Sandoval, so I don't have.
I remember doing this before.
You don't have to do it.
Oh.
but if you're interested to do it, you certainly can.
Was Keith CC'd in this as well?
I don't know whether we received it by email or mail, and I'm not certain if Keith was CC'd on it, but I can certainly look to see. I do believe Keith is aware of I do recall that Keith is aware of this arrangement, not necessarily the Economic Development Director, but that the town of Bedford has served in the past, and in an email to me in the past, he did say that he imagines that they would be interested to continue to serve. But that's the extent of my knowledge on that.
Just, if he has an interest there, I'd be happy to support him in it. He plays in that sandbox.
Is this something we have to do tonight, or is this something that we can take action on in the future?
The letter requests it by September 12th, but
yeah.
I don't know that to be anything more than setting an artificial deadline to get us to.
But this wouldn't supplant Keith. He's actively involved with Magic currently as an officer of
Right.
metropolitan planning, right?
Sorry, I realized something to the date. I think you're right. But also that the actual nomination papers aren't due until October 4th. In other words, we can
Bump the brakes.
solicit Keith's input.
Okay, let's do that.
Sounds good to
We
me.
would still have time to act on it.
Well, they're asking us to nominate someone specifically, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless, anybody here chomping at the bit to take Michael Rosenberg's? That's not Michael Rosenberg, was it the Economic Development?
No, Alyssa Sandoval.
I would suggest that we solicit Keith's input and bring it back
Take
up
action at the
on
next meeting.
September 23rd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or not.
Or not.
Okay, the next item, 2019 LELWD MassWorks Grant Support Letter. The Light Department has drafted a letter for the board's consideration, and if you're interested to support them, which you certainly have in the past, in their request for a MassWorks grant on their Russell Street Water Main Replacement Project, I'd recommend that the board vote to approve and sign the MassWorks grant support letter for LELWD's application for Russell Street Water Main Replacement.
Without any discussion, I'd move that we do so.
Second that.
Do you want to read the motion, or just?
You could, wait,
Oh, you have it over there.
We do have a motion.
so I read the motion, you guys did the moved, and you just have to call if you're ready.
Yeah, because you did read the motion.
Motion second, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And then C is G7 Lab.
Yes, in the board's packet, there was a informed written consent document that was filed by a former attorney, an attorney who formerly worked in in the office of Myers Harrington. And attorney Blake Mensing is requesting, contrary to what I think I've listed here, which is blank Mensing, is requested the board's approval and informed consent on he and his firm representing G7 Lab LLC. Tom Harrington has also opined, and at this point in time doesn't see, I think his comment was somewhere along the lines that he really didn't have a participation in any of the cannabis-related work in his firm done for Littleton.
So, anyone have a problem with this?
No.
No, just look for a motion.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to provide an informed written consent for Attorney Mensing and the Mensing Group LLC to represent G7 Lab LLC in its pursuit of all applicable local permits from the town of Littleton for a cannabis testing laboratory.
Second.
Motion been made, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Lenina, under the department update, there's nothing at all?
Nothing at this time, to my knowledge.
Sanctuary check presentation. Chuck, do you want to take the lead on this?
I can. Nick's here representing Sanctuary, there's a couple representatives from Sanctuary. They have presented us with, I think the money's in our account, so they should take the opportunity to come forward and present the board with one of their HCA payments in the amount of $25,000 as referenced in the host community agreement.
Yeah, absolutely. On behalf of Sanctuary, I present this giant check for $25,000. Like you said, Chuck, thank you. You already have it in your
How
account.
big is the $100,000 check?
That
Takes
one-
two people.
Yeah, I took that one home, don't worry about that one. But, yeah, I appreciate everything the town has done for us, and I look forward to continuing this relationship.
Thanks very much.
Does the board want to take a
Thank
picture?
Yeah, well, we've done that before. I don't know, we can do it again, I suppose. Promises kept. That doesn't always happen that way.
That is very true.
Are we doing it back there, or are we coming up here?
We're there. Good.
Get you ready.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
I know, right. I gotta go back.
We gotta get Paul in there a little bit.
I know you did, no, no. All right, here we go.
That's better. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Nick.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Nina, Larry, nice to meet you.
Everybody, have a good night.
Good night.
Appreciate it.
How you doing?
Good. Moving and shaking through the agenda.
Okay. Item number 5, any public input? Seeing none. Members' input.
Quick comment with respect to the Brown property. I walked the property with Amy Green, our conservation coordinator, with the wetland delineation in hand. You'll recall that the property has a bunch of wetland on it, and so in order to properly evaluate the value of the property, we need to understand where the wetlands are. Amy, in general, was of the mind that the wetland delineation was reasonable, and therefore, the ballpark number of houses that the developer or the property owners think it should accommodate is at least in the right ballpark. You know, if they say 7, we might say 8, depending on it. What I'd like the board's agreement on, just assent, is to bring the layout of that property probably to Chris Stoddard and Maren to see what they think in terms of how many developable lots might exist on that property so that we can feed that information to an appraiser. And that would form the basis of the appraiser's estimate of its value. The significance of the wetlands being about where we think they are is that there are certainly at least some developable lots on it. And so we would want to know how many, and the reason to pull Chris and Maren in is to reconcile sort of engineering, zoning, and conservation concerns there to come up with a reasonable number of potential lots. So I don't think we need a vote necessarily to do that. I just intend to kick it out to them as long as the board is in agreement with that. And then potentially for September 23rd, come forward with some options for funding the appraisal. Could be a reserve fund transfer. We could request it from CPC. It's possible that the Conservation Trust may be willing to participate, funding part of it, but we're only talking about a few $1,000 appraisal too. So, but I hope to bring that to you guys on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Any objections to bringing this to Chris and Maren and asking them for an hour's worth of their input?
That's fine.
Okay.
Cindy?
So the Littleton Affordable Housing Trust has formulated a grant agreement with the CPC. That's one of the recommendations from the Mass Housing Partnership. So we finalized that agreement. We've been working with town council on it. We're going to meet tomorrow night to review it one more time, and we'll bring it back to the board for its consideration before it's finalized and approved. The other thing is there is an All Boosters fundraiser that's going to benefit the Littleton Athletic Boosters, the Music Boosters, and the Theater Boosters. The boosters have all come together to hold one joint fundraiser. It's the first time that they're doing this. It's going to be at the Billiards Cafe on September 21st. $10 admission, and it's going to benefit all 3 organizations. They have a band that's going to play that just popped out of my head, the name of the band. But it should be a great event, so I hope people come out to support it.
Loose connection?
No, it's not Loose Connection.
That was a good- that
Power
was a good
Surge.
bet. Oh,
It's Power Surge.
Related.
And it's my birthday weekend that
Oh.
weekend too, so it's another reason.
You get a
Ruin
weekend?
the surprise.
I get a weekend now.
Check. I just want to bring up Tripoli. A lot of folks have reached out and said, what is Littleton doing about it? And so the school department, as well as Park and Rec, has put out statements relative to what's going on in Littleton, relative to exposure to Tripoli. We are at this point in time, according to the Executive Offices of Health and Human Services, a low-risk community. And it's not until we become, from low risk goes to moderate, I believe it goes to critical. There might be a step between moderate and critical, I think there is, but it's not until a community is at critical level that the State Office of Health and Human Services recommends that you cease any evening activities. That being said, just ask that people be diligent and, wear mosquito repellent, wear long sleeves. If you can avoid being outside during dusk and dawn, just limit the exposure as much as possible. Netting over baby carriages, that kind of thing. So it's awful to hear about some of the folks that have been bitten by mosquitoes with Tripoli, and it's not a really good outcome in most cases. So we want to try to make sure that we're ahead of it. And we, as the Board of Selectmen, along with the school department, did take some actions back in August, early August, to make sure that a lot of the playing fields that the youth would be practicing on and the high school teams would be practicing on had a couple of applications. I know there's additional applications being scheduled over the course of the next week. You'll probably get the reverse 911 calls to let you know when those are happening. That's all I have.
It's good. Chase covered one of the joint topics we're working on. I'll briefly address the other, or one of the others, and that's the orchard. And we agreed to go back out and, after reviewing, I think most of the issues that we identified a year ago and potential solutions remain. They just never got implemented. So Chase and I are going to go out and do another site visit, meet with Charlie, and try to make sure that we're in a position to implement those safeguards in terms of reporting requirements, fill-ins for the management staff if there are issues there, as well as the having an outside orchardist come in and do an evaluation of the crops, just to make sure our asset is being maintained. And hopefully by our next meeting, we'll have some sort of update on that.
Thank you. Going back to public input,
Okay.
I just identify,
Mike Field, 95 Madawanki Trail. I was wondering if there was any updates on if the building inspector, what's gonna happen over the next, near future to see about, permitting, inspections, that kind of thing, without having a building inspector in place right now?
can you address that?
Certainly. At this point in time, we do have a temporary solution in place. We have a building commissioner who also works in another community working for us part-time. Generally speaking, he does inspections throughout the week, but he does have full-time employment with another town, so it may be evening hours during the week, and
If
then.
there's any conflict of interest with that inspector that I can't use, is there anybody else that's gonna be able to do anything with that?
Yes, we do have another inspector as well with the
Okay.
town of Harvard.
That's the
who's
one we
been-
have, Matthews
Yeah.
Field, 12 Blood Road.
Hi.
Gabe Valenti did a lot of design and beam calcs for us on
Okay.
Cooper Farm.
So there'll be someone else that will be able to.
Right, the individual that I was originally referring to should be able to
Okay.
satisfy the,
And be able to like issue permits, inspections, that kind of thing too, sign offs, all that?
yes,
Sign an occupancy permit.
yes.
That's all I need to know. Excellent, thank you. All right, my job's done here.
Excuse me.
That was it?
You guys can stay.
Yeah, right.
No, we'll be back later.
Well, we're going to go to conservation upstairs.
Nice to see Matt smiling, too.
I know, right? Both of them. You're both smiling.
Wait until they get back from conservation.
Yeah, you get back from conservation, maybe he's smiling, too?
I will.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yeah, we'll be smiling.
We'll find out.
One-day liquor license for the Cannon Theater.
Thank you. I believe we have a Miss Heather Pruiskma here in the audience. Hi, I'm sorry. How do I pronounce?
Proxima.
Prooksma. Thank you, Ms. Prooksma. Usually we have a chair or two here. Apologies. Come on up and join us if you would.
Welcome, Heather. Give us a little background of what you're trying to do and accomplish.
Sure. I'm the president of the Cannon Theater, located right here in the heart of Littleton. And we are hoping to, we actually will be putting on a donor appreciation reception on the 27th of September. And we are hoping to be able to serve liquor at that event, wine and beer, to those who have donated financially to the organization.
Is it going to be held right at the theater?
Yep. Yeah.
And for those watching, once again, it's at the theater is at the old mill,
That's correct, yeah.
in case people didn't know where it is. It's easy to go by that all the time and not see
Yeah,
it.
we're trying to make it more obvious. We put the signs out and the awnings. Does anyone know where it is?
What's the
Come see our
production you
shows.
got going right now?
What's that?
What's the present production?
Well, right now,
Outtakes.
actually, we're doing a murder mystery dinner theater. But it's not at our theater. It's actually at Concord's Colonial Inn. So our next show on location is How the Other Half Loves, which is a British farce, which you should also come out to see. This is great promotion.
Why were you here?
Well, it's a little theater, so it should work out well.
Any questions from the
Synergy.
board?
I assume it's been through the chief's purview and all that stuff?
It has?
It has. We're good.
Okay. The application doesn't have a yes or no check.
I did ask the chief today before, when we were speaking, and he said he's fine with it.
Anything else?
Yep. Move that the Board of Selectmen vote pursuant to MGL Chapter 138, Section 14, to issue a special license, also known as a one-day liquor license, to Ms. Linda Valentine for wine and malt beverages to be served during the Cannon Theater's September 27, 2019 donor appreciation event between the hours of 7 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Well, before we second it, just,
I should ask the public. too, right?
we could have gotten public, but just conditional upon all the, well, there were no conditions, right? No. But the fact that it's with
Condition on what?
our serving, it complies to serve safe.
We can certainly add that,
Yeah, I just want that out of there somewhere, just.
Between the hours of 7 PM and 10 PM, compliant with ServSafe
there you go.
requirements.
Perfect. You okay with that, Chiefs?
So amended?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was simple. Thank you.
If you'd like to wait
Thanks,
for
Heather.
a
Good luck.
copy, you can have a copy of your license tonight, or you can also pick one up in our office.
It's
Their signatures.
moving
I
right
can-
through.
I can probably wait for that. No pressure.
Oops, sorry, John.
So we're all set with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll take one
Yeah,
copy.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to give you one.
I'll take everything. Which one?
Either one. They're both the same. Thank you very much. Good luck with your event.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7, joint meeting with the Light and Water and the Sewer MOU. Come on up here.
Pull up some chairs if you'd like.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think we've all, I don't have a copy of the MOU in front of me, but you
Have
certainly
extra
have the one
copies?
that Nick sent.
All right, we're out of here. All right.
I won't stand for this.
So, did you want to take a lead in this, Paul?
Doesn't really matter. Nick, you could speak to it, or?
Sure. I think, well, we met back in July, both the Board of Selectmen and Board of Commissioners. We formed an MOU committee, which was Chase and Paul from your board. It was Bruce and Jimmy Carr from our board, and Ivan was the alternate. He sat in for a couple meetings. We went back and forth on a few different drafts. One that was started by your board, then we made some changes, and I think on Saturday or Sunday, we sent kind of the final version back to you guys with some minor changes from what came back from Paul and Chase. But I think what's in front of you is the MOU that both sides have kind of come to terms with as far as moving forward.
Council has given it.
In-council has reviewed it, yep.
Importantly, it took about every other word out of it, and it was much clearer.
Yeah, the shorter it got, the better it got.
Yep, right.
Does the board have any questions?
I mean, we can broadly describe for the public what we're trying to do and accomplish here. The long story short, the objective is to orderly transition the responsibility for the sewer over to the water department. And that starts first in the short term with sort of a joint agreement between both parties, which is really what's outlined in this MOU, about how we're going to bring it to fall town meeting and what the first steps are in that transition. But the ultimate objective is that in the long run, the fundamental idea is that the Light and Water Department will run the sewer. And so it makes sense that if they're going to be the ones that are responsible for running the sewer, that they should be involved with helping design the sewer and really help drive that bus. And so essentially what we're doing is availing ourselves of the technical expertise in the water department, and I think in the process really putting more of the onus on the town's technical staff to really continue to drive this, so that the Board of Selectmen, frankly, probably the Light and Water Commissioners, are one step removed from it, and it's really going to be driven as much by our professional staff as our elected representatives. And this is sort of the next step in making that transition. Does that sound right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think it's just worth adding, too, that the spirit of our meeting back in the earlier summer was that we would work in cooperation, and even in advance of this document, we're already doing that, and Light Department, or the Light and Water Commissioners, and Nick have been taking the lead on identifying alternative sites, which that process got a much-needed shot in the arm, and I updated the board in executive session on, where we're at with some of those prospective properties. Feel good about that, and can't wait for the moment when we get to turn this project over. You've been living it for too long.
Well, hurry up and vote, let's go.
Well, you didn't even bring a majority tonight.
Well, you first.
Well, I'd like to
We're gonna have a meeting.
Well, Chase and I are immersed in it. I'd much like to hear our other colleagues, before we dive that direction.
And actually, that is the version that was first emailed out. That's not the version that was followed up by a
Okay.
correction, so apologize, but we don't have a signing version at this moment, but you can certainly vote it if the
Right.
board is comfortable, because you did see it this weekend.
And we're gonna have a meeting of our commissioners. We're gonna call a special meeting to execute the document.
Okay. There is a gentleman back there.
Yeah.
Somebody looking.
So, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Bruce Jurgens, New State Road. Looking online at the packet, and it sounds like things have changed in the past 3 or 4 days. Is the idea of a quirk, it's not listed in the packet, the term quirk, it's other terminology. Is that over and done with, or is that still in the works?
Yeah,
Are you inheriting that, or is it going to be a quirk?
We don't know what it's gonna be. We're gonna take over the design phase of it, and move forward.
Thank you.
If I can expand on that a little bit, sort of what the paradigm is that we're going to continue to explore and look at the folk work, understanding that if in the continuing and ongoing technical evaluation, as we go from its sort of fledgling feasibility study to a more detailed design, that ultimately doesn't bear out, there are still a lot of ways to accomplish green sewering that don't necessarily include an anaerobic digester. And so the water department has the flexibility to deviate from that if that's so technically justified. The idea being first to hold the sewer projects, maintain fidelity to the existing idea of the sewer project and the green ideals that it's got. But within that framework, a quirk would be good, but it's not dictated in any rigid way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that this board and Chris Stoddard have done a lot of work on this project already. We don't want to just flush out what's already been done and throw it away. We want to try to work towards a solution, and if it bears out that that's financially responsible.
Kind of has to prove itself
Right.
both financially and environmentally.
Exactly.
Question on that?
Any other questions?
Brittany Ford, Newsday Road. Has there been any other sites
Yes.
discussed?
Yes,
Any decisions made?
not yet.
Stay
You know
tuned,
for-
stay tuned, yeah, we're hoping.
Stay tuned, yes.
Do we know for sure that it's not going to go behind the highway department?
We heard town meeting.
You heard how many, what does that mean?
We heard the residents of town meeting, that had
Okay, you
voiced
heard-
concerns.
Okay. So, no,
Everyone's being cagey because we don't, in order to put this in certain locations, we may need to buy the land. We actually held an executive session earlier to discuss the town's approach to acquiring different parcels of land. The reason we're being cagey is that we want to make sure that we're not tipping our hand and inflating the price of that property unnecessarily. But there are at least 3 additional properties that we're looking at citing the quirk or sewer treatment facility.
so the reason why I ask is because my home is the closest to the sewer treatment plant. So, I have a really big stake in this.
We
So
can't
Paul-
we can't wait to make an announcement on this subject,
Yeah.
but we have to resolve some things first.
Okay.
And feel free to reach out to me at any time, and we can
Thank
speak
you.
directly about it.
Any other questions? Julie, questions?
Ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to enter into the MOU with the Littleton Water Commission regarding the Littleton Commons Smart Sewer District project.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you.
And you guys are gonna vote on it shortly?
Yes.
All right, well, we might as well have the handshaking ceremony anyway.
Wow, I'll go this way. There you go.
Nick,
Thank you, sir. Mention my name.
Nick, good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh,
Mention my
yes,
name. Mention my
yes,
name.
sure.
Mention my name.
Hey, Nick, did you get down to, you went down to Florida, right, with the team from the department again?
Couple days.
As always.
Oh, yes, absolutely, thanks. Yeah, 2 days. Didn't hit. Have a good night.
Okay, item number 8 is joint meeting with the Finance Committee and the School Committee in fiscal year 2021. Cheryl, if you want to come up to explain your memo, and we have the Finance Committee here, we have School Committee.
Finance Director.
So thank you. So as we kick off Budget 2021, as I outlined in the memo that was circulated, we're going to be doing a different process going forward this year. This process will help me to understand the budget, but I also think help to really kind of reconcile true costs and provide some increased transparency. So we're going to be implementing a zero-based budgeting process with all department heads this year. And what that means is we're starting from zero. And so when they are submitting their budget requests to me, have to include all the rationale as far as why they're requesting this, how they build up to this number. So just because office supplies was $500 last year, they're starting at zero this year. And if they want $500, they need to justify how they're getting to that $500. This is a very similar process that I went through when I started at the town of Swampscott as well too. And it really, like I said, it helps to reconcile the true costs. It helps to give us all a better understanding as to where the dollars are being spent. This is going to be a new process for the department heads, and so as I outlined in my memo here as well, I do intend to have training sessions with them and go over what it means to have zero-based budgeting, what they need to submit, how they'll submit that information to me. There's going to be a continued dialogue between myself and the department heads through this process. That's just the way it is. It's a very time-consuming process for all of us involved, but I think ultimately this will help to provide a little more transparency. And we're also looking to revamp the actual materials that are presented to the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and School Committee as well, too. And I think in my calendar, I targeted the next meeting, September 23rd, to just show a preview of what we're thinking, so that we can get everyone's input on.
Excuse me, can you speak up? It's really hard to hear you back here.
Oh, sure,
Thank you.
sorry.
No, just talk to them.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. I'll talk as loud as I can. I have a very soft voice.
You want to?
Yeah, Betsy.
No, actually, Cheryl, if you want to sit over there, that might project your voice out to us as well as.
Sure.
You can just move that microphone
Grab the
over.
microphone.
Nice, Chase. Yeah, BYOM. Bring your own mic.
Yes, no problem.
We're all about solutions here.
Good work.
So as I was saying, on the 23rd is the targeted date in the calendar to present the draft new budget book so that we can get everyone's input as to what they think of it. If there's anything missing, I expect this to be an iterative process. So what we see for budget 2021, I hope to build on for budget 2022. This is, like I said, it's a long process to kind of get this right, and I'm committed to getting it as right as I possibly can and to ensuring that it meets everyone's needs. Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, School Committee. And so, I'm just looking forward to the process and learning more about Littleton's budget as we move along. I think one of the key dates that is on the calendar right now is the December 14th date, which is tentative, but that's the Super Saturday date that we have. And so the intention is to have a prelim budget book out to everyone by Friday, November 22nd. And that way, hopefully, it will give you enough time to kind of sift through the materials for that Saturday date. And then the intention is by March 31st to provide a final budget book with any amendments or changes to the prelim budget book.
Now, have you talked to the Finance Committee and about the same memo? Do they have the same memo that we have here?
They do.
And how about all the departments? Have they been notified of what they're gonna have to do? Because you said training's next week, right?
Yeah, so I haven't sent this out to department heads quite yet. I wanted to wait to have hold this meeting first, see if there was any substantial changes either to the memo or the calendar that anyone might want to make, and then circulate it to the department heads, as well as at that time notify them that we'll be hosting a training session with them the following week.
Questions from the board before I ask the Finance Committee?
I do have a question. I've raised this for the last 2 years, and Charlotte, I'm going to raise it again. The fact that we prepared two budgets, one that's level service and one that's a mission budget, has always troubled me, and that doesn't help us understand what the perhaps the lowest priority thing that a department is doing today is. So a level service budget presumes that everything we're doing is what we need to be doing.
Correct.
When in fact, I think it's possible, I think it's conceivable that we should consider, what if the budget was, what if your budget is a little bit smaller? where does that have to come out of? Last year, the promises that we got were, oh, we'll identify what those things might be, and no one wants to acknowledge what would happen if they had to cut their budget, and so that materialized into absolutely nothing. I am not inclined to just make more work for people, but in 2 years, I've been pushing this idea that we need to contemplate what is the least important thing that a department is doing today. And I would ask you to give some thought to how we could capture that in a way that is not unnecessarily burdensome. I'm not saying necessarily create another budget at 95% of their current funding. But I desperately want to understand that information. You know, what are we doing today that could be reasonably removed, or what would have the least effect on a department's services?
Okay.
And I'm interested to know if you can come up with some idea of articulating and conveying to us that information in a way that is not unnecessarily burdensome to our department heads.
Sure. And, I'd say, I think that there is a way. I'll have to put some thought into how I would go about that process without, again, asking them to effectively submit 3 budgets. I think that some of this information will shake out in my conversations with them. I fully anticipate having multiple one-on-one meetings with them, and I think through that and through having to go through a zero-based budgeting process, some of that what you're asking for will actually shake out. And so I think what you'll likely see is perhaps budgets that look quite different than what you've seen before. Some budgets might shrink, some lines might shrink, some might grow. Someone might say, yeah, I really need 20 pens, and I might say, well, I think you only need 10. That's kind of the back and forth that I anticipate having with the department heads as we think about what do you need to function today. And part of that conversation, I can certainly add, is there something within your scope that it could, kind of come off the budget without having some severe impact as to how you function and provide service.
And part of the reason that I think it's important to articulate that is because it contemplates a scenario where budgets don't go up every year, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, we've been really fortunate over the last 10 years, but at a minimum, it allows us to convey to the public, listen, here's what your last dollar is paying for, and if you think that is a valuable thing, then that's important. And if we don't think it's a valuable thing, that gives us a place to start to maybe fill in something that is more valuable. But at a minimum, it provides a certain amount of transparency and frankly, a certain amount of honest recognition that we can't always, forever in perpetuity, have increasing budgets.
Absolutely.
Well, first off, I applaud you for going through the zero-based approach. It's inviting more work upon yourself, so
It is.
I appreciate that, because I'm sure you know that. But I think it's also an important exercise for the town to do periodically. And especially, it's appropriate now with with a new director in place, so that's great. I also appreciate your being able to move the date for the budget session back into this calendar year, giving us a little more time to identify problems and deal with them. And I especially appreciate your commitment to getting us the information. Sometimes say, before the night before the meeting, that would be very helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Check us in the end.
I don't have anything.
I just, so I love the idea, because in another lifetime, I used to work for a municipality, and I still remember putting my budget in, and it was way below what it was the year before, and my department head said, make sure you go right back to where you were before. So I didn't even need the stuff, but I had to use up the money that was there.
Right.
School committee?
We looked at the calendar and we met with Nina, Kelly and I met with Nina last week to preliminarily go over that. We will know within a month whether or not we can make that date. We don't anticipate that we can't, but we want to work with the administration and make sure that we're going to be able to go through our process too. We've had the meeting in December before, and when we did, we were ready, so that wasn't a problem. and we don't anticipate it to be a problem. We just got to go through our process before we sign off on that. I echo Paul's comments. I think this is an opportunity for all of us to reevaluate our approach and how we were going about doing things with so many new faces at the table. We're looking at that as an opportunity, not a problem. So we're excited to get going. Other than that, we're okay. Yep, sir.
So I just want to comment on something Chase, you said there. One other opportunity, I think, with this budget process, rather than identifying budget cuts in the event budgets can't go up, it also gives a chance to reevaluate whether we're doing stuff we actually need to be doing, and instead of just automatically reallocating that money to other purposes, specifically identify that we no longer need to do this function, then make a conscious decision about either pushing it back into the budget or not. I think this process can help that, and it might take the sting off of cutting your budget there, because it gives us a chance to, again, just to reflect on whether we need to be doing some of those things. I know in an earlier budget memo 2 or 3 months ago, I think before Anthony left, there was a list of different types of things that the town could reconsider doing, as to the necessity of certain things versus the offsets of other things there. Just a different way of thinking about it.
And maybe that's a much better construct, right? Like, okay, what are we doing that is most replaceable, and what would you replace it with, rather than just wholesale axing? That may be a more palatable way of thinking about it.
Try to take the sting off.
It puts the onus on the opportunity cost of that last thing.
If you have a copy of that document, it would save me some time to search for that document. You mentioned that.
It was in an email. I have to go back and. I can. I just don't have my device.
Sure.
Bring it today.
Thank you.
Finance committee?
No, we reviewed the budget calendar a couple of weeks ago, and it seems okay. We've redivided up the departments with the people on the committee. We'll be meeting with the individual departments, so that's all been done. So no, we look forward to working with the new team and seeing what comes out of it.
I'd like to add to that. You mentioned zero-based budgeting. A lot of corporations are going in that direction. And you made the point earlier, Mr. Chairman, at the end of the year, a lot of companies, they have money left in their budget. They're going to spend it just so they can make sure they have it the next year. With zero-based, there is no budget, so they don't tend to spend as much. So the idea behind going to zero-based budgeting is great.
Needs-based.
If we can execute. It's a little challenging to get it set up.
Just for clarification, I think there may be 2 pieces to what you're describing. The first is the building of the budget, and then the second is the use of the approved budget.
Correct.
For the town, I'm not saying there's not a way around this, I'm not aware of a way around this. When we go to town meeting, stating the obvious, what's approved is gonna be put into the line item, and is gonna be, now, that doesn't cause us not to continue to work with departments to change some age-old governmental expectations that if you don't spend your budget this year, you won't be given back the same budget next year. If we can collectively, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, the School Committee, if we can collectively acknowledge that as a group, we're gonna be understanding of departments who may not spend their budgets in the year prior, but may need a higher budget the following year for some reason, then that's a philosophy we can potentially look to change.
Makes sense.
Anything else from anybody?
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good, we're ahead of time.
It's just good management.
Yeah. Permanent Municipal Building Committee, Little League's headquarters masonry.
I want to make sure Betsy can hear me.
High maintenance.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna be the bad guy, I'm good at that, it's okay.
She did it.
So I guess as you're all aware, we did some destructive testing and observations at the police station in the last few months. We received a report from Vertex. Based on our budget, which we haven't used all of, you know, we were fairly limited on what we could do. So we took some bricks out of the face of the building and above 3 of the windows, and we deconstructed the northeast corner of that concrete masonry band up top, and did a review of, you know, the existing conditions. Apparently, when the building was built, the upper masonry band, that concrete band, was installed in cold weather. The tarp blew off, the mortar froze. So we had some problems. Back in 2014, PMBC contacted the contractor, who came back and took out some of the mortar and repointed it. Apparently he did a very poor job, and this winter, with all the rain and the freeze thaw, the mortar started falling out of the facade. So we contacted Vertex. They came and did a number of destructive tests. We actually took out the casing of the windows inside the multi-purpose room in the police department. I was over there one day this summer. It was 98 degrees out. It hadn't rained in 3 or 4 days, and there was water dripping from the casing. So there's a systemic problem with water infiltration. The recommendations from Vertex are pretty broad because of the limited amount of investigation. I talked to the author of the report today. He recommended additional testing, but, you know, based on the funds that we have that were allocated at last town meeting, I think we had $37,500 to address this issue. And we've obligated at least $20,000 of that. We don't have a lot of money left to go and do any more work on this. We need to go out and hire an OPM and design firm and come in and really understand what's going on here. We've got substantial... Betsy, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Good job.
We've got substantial water infiltration issues on the front of the building, especially on the east, and a little bit on the north side. And you know, I think we need to do quite a bit more in the way of investigation and understanding exactly what's going on there. So I talked to the mason today. I asked him to give me a ballpark. You know, I talked to the chief. The chief and I were out there talking to the mason when he was out there. He says, you know, this is, I'm really uncomfortable giving you a ballpark figure based on the little bit that I know. But I kind of pushed him a little bit, and today he said a conservative estimate for the repair work would be between $200,000 and $300,000. US. Now, also back in 2014, the Board of Selectmen voted to not pursue any legal action against the contractor because he came out and did some work for free back then. So I think it was Mr. DeCoste Mentor who signed that letter. Yeah.
Which one?
That agreement with the contractor who did the repair work in 2014, that was the same contractor who did the original construction, is that correct?
Yeah.
And the failures that we're experiencing now, are they related both to the original construction and the repair work, or are they solely related to one or the other?
I think they're specifically related to the original work. The repair work was deficient also.
Okay.
But, you know, it's all part of the original.
But your opinion, Vertex's opinion, is that the repair work was also deficient?
Oh, absolutely.
Was most of the damage just in the north and the east, or the entire building had the same problem?
You know, down at the police ready room or the lunchroom, there's some damage down there. And coming up that side of the building around the front, especially at that corner, is really in bad shape. And then you get down to the entrance, and you'll notice that there's a blue netting up there. That's just to get rid of the scaffolding and prevent the mortar from falling out, or prevent it from falling on people.
So this is something that has to be done.
Really needs to be done, yeah.
And there's no way we can go back after the original.
Well, you need to talk to council about that.
Question?
So Steve, I think in the report it said there was no defects with the materials themselves. It was based on
The mortar.
the mortar, but it wasn't installed properly, correct? So it wasn't
Well,
defective
you know,
mortar. it was-
there were two issues. Originally, they used the wrong type of mortar. So they used a type 2 instead of a type 1, or vice versa. So then they came back and tried to fix that. And then the mortar froze. Apparently one weekend, it froze and the tarp blew off. So we did talk to the original OPM. He didn't have any deficiency reports for the mortar. We went to Light and Water to see if we can get Kevin Goddard's records. We couldn't find them at all.
Bill PMBC records,
The what?
the PMBC notes.
Well, they were,
took the notes.
Kevin Goddard was the town's clerk,
Clerk of the Works.
clerk of the works.
Right.
And I guess
But he also said it, he was the secretary for the PMBC.
I didn't know that. Okay,
Those records could well be in this building, right? Yeah.
okay.
Do we have that letter of agreement? Because it wasn't in the packet. Do we have that?
I think it is in the packet.
It's not in the packet.
It's just an email chain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
but
just
we
would
do
be
have-
curious to read it.
I thought we did have the letter of agreement.
I didn't find it. What's in the packet is what I found in a file upstairs.
Maybe I don't have that either. Maybe we just have the, we can look
I
for
wonder if
it.
town council has it.
Yeah.
You should have it.
Yeah. I would just be curious to read it, and I'm really curious to see how that all came about, honestly, that the board would have agreed to enter into something like that at that time. So that's why I'd be really interested to read it. And the police station was built in what year, 2000?
It's about 10 or 11 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My mentor might have it, a copy of this
Well,
document.
he
in one of his
doesn't,
attaches.
he doesn't remember signing the letter, so.
All right.
No, he doesn't have anything. He moved and he kind of got rid of everything.
To Paul's point, though, because Kevin was, before Marilyn came on board as the secretary for PMBC, Kevin was the secretary for the PMBC.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, restructuring or something like that, he no
But
longer.
he was an employee of Light and Water.
He was.
And apparently he kept his records there.
Yeah,
I
but
think he would have filed it with the clerk.
Right, I would think
Because he was
anything related to
representing a board.
PMBC would still be here.
Well, I looked through all the files upstairs, and the only thing that I found was a very small folder with, this action by the board.
So that's all the stuff that's gotten us to this point. Regardless of how we got to this point, what is PMBC's opinion on the right course forward so that we address this comprehensively rather than half measures, so that in 5 years from now, there's 6 different people sitting here going, what the hell were they doing in 2019?
Exactly.
How do we deal with this in a way that is comprehensive?
So
They may well
I did reach out to the original architect, Greg Krell. I sent him the Vertex report. I never heard back from him. Vertex has been talking to another design firm, SPG, and they expressed an interest in getting involved in it. So we need to have somebody come in, do a little bit more investigation, put together a scope of work. We need an OPM, put out a RFP, and get somebody to come in here. And my sense is we're going to have to take down virtually all of that CMU work, at least in the front and maybe on the north side, and then remove the brickwork above the windows to make sure that the flashing detail above the windows is proper, and then reconstruct all that.
And some amount of mold remediation in the process, I would presume.
The mold issue apparently was an HVAC
Oh,
issue.
unrelated then to
Unrelated.
the facade
Yeah, I
issue.
just
Oh,
talked to the chief,
interesting.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that, I guess we'll take good news where we can
Right?
find it.
Here's a question for you, and it's odd suggesting a less rigorous process considering the subject we're talking about, but I'm going to throw it out there for discussion. Under the law, we're not required to get an OPM for this. We could simply get an architect, and considering the value, I don't know if PMBC's discussed this and feels...
That's a good point. We don't need an OPM, but we could use some technical assistance. Yeah.
Okay.
What, given that it's almost the middle of September now, what kind of timeline are we looking at to do this work? Well, I mean, everything from completing the investigation, designing some approach.
Well,
and then-
I suspect that we need to go to town meeting with a budget for a designer and, putting a bid package out on the street, and then maybe at Springtown meeting allocate whatever monies are required to fix the problem.
Do you think we would have enough time to get that bid package put together, get the bids submitted, so that by the time we come to town meeting, we're essentially ready to rock and roll, presuming town meeting blesses our
For Springtown meeting?
spring town meeting? Yeah.
We need to go to fall town meeting to get funds to get the designer on board. So I'll talk to Vertex and see what kind of a timeline we can set up.
But we would be talking about fall town meeting, tens of thousands of dollars.
Yes.
Spring town meeting, potentially.
Lots of money.
Hundreds of
Yep.
thousands.
Do you have funding left?
What's that?
Do you have funding left in the account?
1,000.
We've got about $17,000 or $18,000 left.
Can I ask, get a question to follow up with that?
No, please.
So, where we don't have to hire an OPM, Steve said we'd like to get the technical expertise from an OPM. You're kind of paying a vig if you bring in an OPM and that they're bringing their specialist in.
Right.
If we cut to the chase, can we bring in a mason, a contractor that specializes in masonry and facade work?
Well, we just did that twice. I mean, he came in and he did the deconstruction work.
Yeah.
And he was the one that gave me the ballpark figure
So what's the
today.
OPM gonna, I get the technical expertise part of it, but if we already did that twice, what are we gaining by spending that money again on an OPM?
Well, we don't need an OPM. We just need somebody to help us put the bid packages together.
And so call that an architect. The architect, as long as you can get that, I would recommend, considering the history especially, but this is usually my recommendation on all projects, construction related, an architect who would draw up the bid specifications in cooperation with PMBC, and then some time with the architect who has specialists on staff to monitor the construction. That's the critical piece, is the monitoring of the construction, so that the scenarios we believe occurred in the past don't repeat themselves.
Well, correct. Contract administration is key, but we also need to develop a good scope of work so we get a contractor that knows what he's bidding on. It's not vague, he doesn't have a lot of risk involved.
Right.
So we
No
may have to.
unforeseen circumstances, et cetera, absolutely.
So we may have to put together a bid package that has a very specific scope of work, and then some unit prices for additional work.
Correct, yeah. Cover all the bases.
Joe, if we're not going to repair this thing until next summer,
Yeah.
how are we going to get through the winter if it's raining inside during the summer? We're going to go through a late wet fall, a winter, and a wet spring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just going to make, I would think, make the whole thing worse.
Yeah.
So,
We'll have to do some remedial work to mitigate that.
you know, and where's the money coming from for that? So it may be that coming into town meeting, you know, I'm not for spending more money, but to try to have the damn thing not fall down on us. If
Well, we
need-
do have some money left, so.
To button it up.
But the question is it enough? And what,
I guess what
We
Fred's
don't
telling
know.
you is go for as conservative an estimate as you really think we might need in the event that there are repair work that's required during the winter between the Springtown meeting.
Right.
yeah, if we had to put a tent over the damn thing, I don't know what you have to do, but, you know, every time it rains, it gets worse, it doesn't get better. So
Yeah.
that's my only concern listening to this is,
Yeah, we talked about tarps and whatnot, but, you know, I didn't really want to do anything until I came and presented to the board. Because we don't make our policy, we just implement it, and we want to be transparent about this whole thing.
So what's the next step we take?
Just professional opinion, Steve, do you think there's a way that we can get this done through fall town meeting? Do you think we can fast track this and try to do some sort of a balance transfer in order to get some work done? I mean, you don't want to get in the same situation where you're using mortar under adverse conditions, so it's not going to set and cure,
Right.
but, I mean,
So
if-
is your question getting a designer on board, or
my
just doing some
question is,
remedial
can we
work?
get this fixed properly? Can we get everything in place so that we can go out to bid, get the approval at town meeting in October, so that we can get the work done before essentially the snow flies?
No.
Can't be
No,
done.
No. We need to.
Because we're a municipality? Because if you and I own this building, we could get it done.
No, we need to allocate funds. I don't even know how much it would cost to get a designer on board, for him to go out there and scope the work, be comfortable with the scope of the work, advertise it for bid, and then, you know, we don't want to be doing this work in the wintertime and, you know, ending up with what we had before.
There's a lot of buildings built in the wintertime in New England. You know that. So as long as it's done properly,
Yeah,
you get a good end result, you get a good product.
yeah.
Steve,
Might
correct
pay a
me
little
if I'm
more.
wrong, I think you guys are saying two things. The first is Steve's saying we don't have enough time between now and the fall town meeting to come up with a real number that would be
Correct.
used for construction, because you need the architect to design it, you need to get them to do their estimate. So I think what you're saying is if we went to a fall town meeting with a design and construction number, we may be short.
I don't know how we go with a construction number. I just wanted to have the opportunity to go to town meeting to get a contract or a designer on board, so he can give us a scope of work, put a bid package together, so we can put it out on the street, say in January, February, and then be ready for, and then get pricing back.
Yeah.
And then go to full, Springtown meeting and allocate the money
With a firm number.
with a firm
Here's
number.
what the bid
Yeah.
number is.
Yeah.
And you'd ask for something slightly greater in
Yeah,
case there are
right,
unforeseen
contingency and
circumstances.
all that,
Yeah.
you're right, of course.
But then the second point is whether you can do construction in winter or not may not really entirely apply here because of the concern of wanting to get a firm number.
I think we're constrained by being a municipality, but I'm not, you know more about this than I do, but I think that if we need to get something done there, we need to move money now to try to get as much of it done as possible, at least to
Well,
button it up.
Chuck,
so we're not-
Chuck, if, I agree. If we weren't a municipality and we could just go in and start to,
Throw money at it.
say to a mason, a good mason, go in there and start to do it on a T&M basis. We'll monitor you and, we'll get somebody to do construction administration, oversee, do a quality control and, yeah, we could do it. But we don't have that.
Chapter 30 won't allow us to do that at all. We couldn't put it out to bid that way.
Well, it would be 49 or 49A,
Yeah, it would be 149.
49.
To do a T&M, I just don't think it would be in the town's best interest, to be honest, because I think that our best prices are identified when we know our full scope of work.
I think you have to do a competitive bid, don't you?
We definitely have to do competitive
Yeah.
bid. I suppose you could do competitive bid on time and materials and
Oh, you
estimate
could,
the
yeah.
number of hours, but honestly, haven't asked that specific question before. And, you can certainly you can contract with, let's say, an electrician to be contracted with a hourly rate and an estimated number of hours per year. So that mechanism exists, but I don't know how. I've never seen it used in either building construction or public works construction. And unless there are some examples out there that are successful, I
I'm
don't
just looking for
know.
the best way for us to,
Yeah.
it's quite an investment that we've
Well, and-
made
right.
in that building. And, there's other buildings that,
Right.
we've had problems with the roof of the high school, we've had problems with a number of the buildings that we've had, which may lend to a later agenda item with the facilities director, facilities manager, but, and this is not at you, Steve, I'm trying to,
No, I got
is
it.
there a way we can do it? That's
But we
all.
don't even know the full scope of the problem yet, right?
No, we don't.
Is that-
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
If we knew the full scope of the problem, would your answer be different? In other words, if we didn't need to do additional
We
investigation?
probably couldn't get contract documents prepared by fall town meeting.
Do we have any questions?
So we have to focus on, the first thing we have to focus on is buttoning it up, whether or not you have enough money to do that.
Yep.
So we may have to do some fund transfers in order to make sure there's enough money to
So it doesn't get worse.
secure the building so it doesn't get worse, so protect our investment as much as we can. And we're gonna be throwing money at something literally just to put a Band-Aid on it until we can bring a professional in through potentially spring town meeting. Steve? Steve?
The snow and ice money left over from last year, $245,000. It's available for capital, so this fits right with this project. That's the only money that's available for all town.
But again, we still don't know, we don't have a bid, we don't know how much is actually gonna cost. I mean,
Well, it's gonna cost us something to fix it, just to get it buttoned up.
but
until we
what
can
I
fix
wouldn't
it.
wanna do is spend $243,000.
No, I don't even like the idea
No,
of using snow ice money.
We're just talking about maybe tarping over the front, like the net is over the front of the police station right now. Although something that would keep the water from getting in. So,
Okay. And is you think $17,000 will be sufficient?
I don't know.
Okay.
And then I don't know if what we do will be successful, because we don't know where the water's coming in. I think we know it's not coming in through the roof,
Awesome.
so.
We can hear you, Steve, we just don't like what you're saying.
Yeah, could you talk softer?
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
So on our next item, we have two options. Well, we don't have two. Is Alina here yet?
She's here. She just took a very quick call from her
Sure,
son.
sure. That's Scott from our new auditing firm, Lance and Heath. We could take up the matter of, although I did promise them we wouldn't take it up sooner than 8:15, but I'm also trying to be mindful of getting them in and out as quickly as possible. We could take up the proposed library building project financing options, or go into the auditing firm piece. I think at the, oh,
both
there
here.
she is.
Both here.
We're ready if you're ready. Just to give you a frame of reference, obviously the board's in front of you, members of the finance committee are to the right rear of you, and you have our finance team to the left rear of you.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the invitation to come in tonight. We had put in, and I see the town administrator is putting it up, just a couple of quick slides to allow the board and any members of the public to follow along. Again, just by a little more formal introduction, my name is Scott McIntyre. With me is Alina Korsak. We are a couple of the partners or shareholders at Melanson Heath, and we are looking forward to working with the town in the conduct of your June 30, 2019 audit. On the next slide, it tells you just a little bit about our firm. You know, we've been in business for 45 years, and we've been doing governmental audits in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for 40 years. It's certainly a very long time. The name of the firm remains, you know, Melanson Heath. Roger Melanson is one of the original folks that worked for the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, and then split off and started the firm. And for those that may have been around for a long time, Roger was very instrumental in developing the uniform municipal chart of accounts that's used in cities and towns, even to this day. It's obviously been revised as standards have changed, but he was very instrumental in the development of that and in converting communities from an old statutory accounting system to what is essentially still used today. We audit approximately 100 governments here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's the only thing I do. If you folks have I get tax questions all the time, can't answer them. I don't even do my own. Both Alina dabbles in a little bit of that stuff, but for the most part, we concentrate 12 months out of each year auditing cities and towns and school districts here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'll tell you, you know, we have three names up there, and then we'll tell you a little bit about ourselves, and then offer to answer any questions that you may have. Again, I'm Scott McIntyre. I will be the engagement principal. Ultimate responsibility for conduct of all of our audit procedures, and instrumental in the reporting process, not just in assisting the town in the development of the financial statements, but in the communication of those results, both what the numbers mean and also what the internal controls are like, and what, if any, improvements need to be made to tighten up internal controls here in the town. Again, I am introduced to Alina Korsak. She's going to be the fieldwork principal. She'll be in charge of overseeing the day-to-day execution of the audit procedures. We got a separate slide on her. She's been doing doing audits for over 20 years. And Frank Byron, you won't see him. He's mostly a backroom gentleman, but he's our quality control principal. Even after the work's been reviewed by Alina, many of those same key work papers in the reports go to an independent of those of Alina and I who are involved in the execution of your audit. He will review those work papers and reports as an independent reviewer, not having anything to do with the engagement, and very, you know, to identify anything that could possibly be wrong. On our next slide, just to tell you a little bit about myself, I've been doing this type of work in the Commonwealth for 31 years, involved with a number of CAFRs. Littleton doesn't prepare a CAFR, which is a comprehensive annual financial report, yet. Perhaps in a couple of years, it's something we can talk to the community about. A CAFR is, if your basic financial statements today are about 60 pages, it might double it, but it would provide a wealth of information, primarily on a historical perspective, and those are something that are very common in the Commonwealth right now, particularly with communities that are rated similarly to Littleton. I do a lot of speaking engagements. As I said, one of my roles as the engagement principal will be communicating the results. I do a lot of speaking engagements with the different governmental organizations, whether it be as you see on the slide, the Mass Municipal Accountants and Auditors Association, or the New England States GFOA. We do often do some presentations with them. I stay up to date on all of my CPE by almost always attending the annual AICPA National Governmental Conference. It's held every summer in August down in Washington, D.C. It keeps us up to date on all the GASB standard changes, and not only the GASB standards, but also changes to auditing standards as well. And at that point, I'll just turn it over to Alina real quickly. She can tell you a little bit about herself, and then, of course, we'll try to answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening, everyone. I have 20 years of auditing experience, and I am involved with 7 of the CAFRAs that Scott was mentioning. I have been involved in audits of towns of AAA communities and have been a member of Massachusetts GFOA for a while, and I also nationally attend the National GFOA Conference where I learn a lot of material. Just as Scott said, he does at his other conferences about updated GASB standards and everything else that's out there for governments. I also want to say that as I've been moving up in the firm, I built a well-balanced team to do this audit. I make sure that the strength of our team members complement each other, and I have a strength grid chart on the team members, and our team has really been a cohesive, well-run team, and they've really had great relationships with the clients that we've been having. Some of our clients I've had for the 19 years now, and it's been the same clients with us, and also the team has been really pleasant to work with is usually what we get as a feedback from our clients. Now, we just started preliminary work and only been here for 2 days last week, and so we are coming back to continue the preliminary work the last week of September. And then in the future, based on how the closing process takes place here, we're going to schedule field work and come back and to do that. Basically, majority of the audit work happens at field work. So we are open to any of your questions or any comments you have.
How big, the team that comes here, how big is that team?
So we have a supervisor. We had a full-blown RFP when we did an interview with Nina and Stephen, but the supervisor, Alan Goodwin, has auditing experience for 9 years now. He also worked with a lot of Massachusetts governments. And then we have a senior staff accountant who's been around with us for 3 years. We also have 2 staff accountants.
And what's the time frame of you being in the building itself?
It varies a lot depending upon, as Alina said, the closing process. There's a lot of work that we can do ahead of time, even before the books are technically closed. We can perform a lot of auditing procedures on your cash balances, on your receivable balances, and begin to identify trends. If we do all that work up front, once you close, we're probably in the building for a week.
Questions on the board?
Understand that you've only been here a couple of days, but you obviously understand the context in which you're coming into the town, the problems that we've had in the past year, and I wonder if you have any immediate thoughts on or how you would approach analyzing our structure to prevent problems that we've had with internal theft, for want of a better word, in accounting or auditing practices that did not catch the flaws in the past.
We very much understand the context of which, we come in and begin our audit procedures here in the community, but having only been here a couple of days, there's really not much that I can report on to you at this point in time.
Okay, but you do know we're very interested in hearing down the road what our structure, what's the health of our structure and where improvements may need to be made.
Yes.
Do you want me to make a minor comment?
Yeah, of course.
So just a minor comment on that. So we have run in 2 days that we've been here into some, what we would call exceptions and some things we're not used to. For example, revenue budgets not being in the system.
Could you speak up, please?
Oh, sorry about that. And some exceptions we've come across during standard vendor transactional testing. But what we'd like to do is we'd like to continue the test so we could see how extensive it is and to get a full understanding of the whole process so we could make a more informed comment on these exceptions.
Could you guys describe sort of your approach to helping, I mean, ultimately, the five of us and the community understand your findings? So it's one thing when you talk to our financial team or you talk to Nina, who understand this on a more nuts and bolts level. I want to understand your approach to helping convey your findings and conclusions to us who are more lay people, into the community who's even one step further removed, because it's that fundamental communication of your findings that probably matters as much as the findings themselves. So how do you go about doing that effectively?
The 31 years experience, and you know, some of it's been trial and error and not having done a good job of communicating it over time and leaving a meeting like this feeling like I've been beaten up. You know, I developed those thoughts by trying to get, you know, right down to the origin of the problem. It's, you know, if something doesn't tick and tie, you know, just communicating that something doesn't tick and tie isn't sufficient. You've got to put some context to that and understand where the origin of the issue lies, so that you can get, so that, I think the term you used was speak to people who don't have the accounting and auditing background. If I do that, then I find it's much easier to communicate as to what the issue is, why it's a problem, what could result from it, and therefore what we would recommend. That sort of is a little bit of a tried and true methodology that I go through when we come across a potential issue, is to really zero in on that, the origin of the problem. And I also, you know, I really, you know, I practice that communication. I anticipate, I do a lot of night meetings, and I anticipate sitting here and anticipate non-accountants and non-auditors and practice how that communication will be received. So, I mean, I can't get any more specific than that in answering your question.
No, that's very helpful. Essentially, what I'm asking for from you guys is that if there are ticky-tacky things that are important from an auditing perspective but don't actually come down to the bottom line, I'm really glad you're looking at those. I'm really glad that our financial team and you guys can speak the same language. What I really need to know and understand from you is, where do we have fundamental issues, fundamental problems, and how did those cascade through our financial system in a way that that does come to the bottom?
One other thing that I think about is I probably have limited time in going through with a board issues or the results of the audit, is the way I should say that. And I have to, you know, we have to make decisions as to, you know, if I've only have 30 minutes, let's say, then I need to, you know, some of those ticky-tack issues, you know, that's for the administration to and we might communicate that separately to the administration. It's often shared with the board, but it's not necessarily in the...
Right, but I read it and it looks like a bunch of technical gobbledygook.
Exactly. So.
Well, I can tell you that working with him for that many years, he cuts out a lot of technical details out of the management letter and tries to summarize it in a way that everyone can understand. So I think when you see the management letter, the end result, you'll be able to read and understand what the issue is.
Great.
Just jump
No
in.
questions.
So, coming in new, we hope that we have a great relationship with you guys. I'm sure that we will. Nobody likes to tell someone their baby's ugly, but we need to know that, frankly. I mean, we do. We want to have a great relationship with you, but we want to know if there's warts or whatever else. We need to know that, and, you know, certainly with the management team, but we also need to know that so that we can address whatever problems we, you know.
Yes, and oh yes, we already came into a bunch of issues in the
Oh,
2
got a lot of
days.
warts?
And
Excellent.
we'll make sure we'll document them well.
We'll talk
We
later.
say, don't worry, we'll summarize and provide important information in the management letter, which is the end result of the audit, the management letter that we issued to you, the governing body.
Good,
We understand what we're walking into.
good.
Finance Committee, Fred, anything?
Nope, can't wait.
Betsy, did you hear that?
Sure an
Fred
auditor's ever
can't
heard
wait.
that before.
No other questions?
No, look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Yeah.
You want me to sing a song or something? Dankeschön.
I made Joe do that so I could set up.
Yeah, that's a setup. I like it.
So take your time, I'm right behind him.
Well, nothing just yet. Yeah. PCs are just look at this.
Maybe I'll get up in a few.
No, it doesn't. Well, there'll be no presentation tonight.
Okay. We can go over to my computer.
Can you get Monday Night Football on this, Steve?
Yeah.
Going, Paul?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen. You all set for this? Look how many people are on pay.
Whatever it is. They're real, dude.
Yeah.
Where'd Chase go? Oh,
He's in the back, he's getting water.
I'm afraid I have a bottle of water down here at my feet, but I'm afraid to drink it because I'm behind us.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's only 8:10.
Well, you know what?
I feel like we should. Oh, yeah, I know.
As soon as he comes out, I'm gonna go in and start with me. I'll just sneak my way.
Who's in the call?
I asked if he wanted to cross streams.
Oh. Yeah, that's what they get that green button for.
Can't reach it. You hear that, Robert?
I'll hear about that later.
Hey, why are you making fun of my
You actually look really nice
ugly
tonight.
baby thing?
Oh, that was good. That was,
I heard you chuckle. I'm like, you know what I mean? That's
here we go.
my point. You still no luck? You still burning?
No, I get Nina's. Nothing right now.
All right, you want to start?
I'm waiting for Nina now.
Where'd she go?
It's like herding sheep.
A little Jojo goes in for get her tonsils out. She does. Little kid doesn't have any idea what's happening.
Oh, poor JoJo.
They bounce back so fast.
Do they?
I mean, Claire had, what did she have? Oh, she had ear tubes, but like, she bounced back from the anesthesia like nothing.
Really?
It's not our work.
Oh, and Ben had to have surgery when he was little for a hernia, and like, he just had to fight it, but not hurt himself, because he was, within 24 hours, he was
Ready
good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, they just, boom, they heal like nothing. But amazing. They're pathetic for about 24 hours though.
All right, Nina, we're gonna get started. Chuck,
Okay.
right back.
Great, I'm ready.
All right, our next subject, number 10, joint meeting with the Finance Committee, proposed library building project financing options that we can have. a subject that's very important to all of us. And Steve, I'll let you start off.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Steve.
First of all, what I wanted to talk about is, I was at the meeting Thursday night, Nina was there also. I've seen the emails come in. I know that this is an emotional topic. I know that it's a political topic, too. What we tried to do when we came up with this memo is to put those things aside as best we could and come up with what we thought was the best financial decision for the town. The political pieces, that's for the board to decide. So we're giving you options. We did come up with a recommendation, but we should talk through each of these options and go into as much detail as you want. I have some slides with some additional numbers, and we can throw those up as the time comes. First of all, for background, the project, we have updated project numbers from the trustees at $14.5 million. We know we have the grant award for $5.8 million. We have 6 months from the date of the grant to approve the project as we move forward. In addition to the grant, we have contributions that the trustees have worked hard to get. They've promised around $1 million level that could be funded over a 4-year period, I believe Mark had said. And we've also taken a borrowing at this last town meeting for $1.5 million to get the design piece of the project started. There's been some expenditures made out of those funds, but nothing really substantial just yet. Some other funds that are on the table, if you remember back in mid-March, we were doing the capital. There was $300,000 that was placed into the capital stabilization account. I know a couple of members wanted to earmark that for the library. I don't believe there was a formal vote taken for those funds that were going in there, but I put those funds back out on the table as a potential. A couple of things that keep in mind, and I talk about this later on. I hate to pay interest. That's just the way I am. So as much as we can pay down this project from funds without having to borrow those dollars, the better off the town's going to be. Not only up front, but into the future also. So it's decreasing the amount that we're paying. It's like your credit cards. I mean, nobody's really looking forward to paying just the minimum on their credit card. They'll never pay it off. They're going to pay finance charges, they're going to pay interest. Trying to minimize that so we can put those funds to work in other places within the town instead of sending it off to some investor. Okay? So with that in mind, we have the $300,000 we like to put on the table. We've also gone through, after the budget transfer session we had back in early July, I had the interim town accountant at the time, Bailey, go through and look at a potential free cash number for this year. And if you remember the free cash calculations we do, it's been basically every other year we hit that second piece of that calculation that lets us put extra funds into capital and other stabilization accounts and OPEB. This is the year that's going to happen. So in the past, we've done $3 million for the fire station. We're able to do that. We've done $3 million for now for the senior center. That's put aside just in the same manner. We've put funds for alumni also through this process. I don't know. You just have like alumni across your chest, that's all. So this is nothing new. We've done this before. So we've gone through the calculation with the estimate, and we come up with another $2.1 million that potentially could be available this year. We won't know until it's certified by the state, and that'll be done in time for the Springtown meeting. When I've gone through and done these numbers, what we did was take those three different scenarios into account. So we gave a baseline figure, for example. Just the project itself with the grant funds, what would that cost? Then we showed, the second piece is adding the $1 million from the trustees. What benefit has that happened with the trustees' funds? And then the third would be putting these extra funds on the table, $2.4 million. Okay? And you can see that on the bottom of page 2 of your memo. You can see the three different scenarios that we have. So just the baseline, just the grant money alone, total debt service paid would be $14.4 million. Bring in the grant money, it goes down to $12.8 million. That's a savings of $1,605,000, so the $1 million they're kicking in has a net result of $600,000 to the good for us. The third option, using that $2.4 million, brings the total debt service all the way down to $8.9 million, which is an additional savings of $3.9 million over that last scenario. So we're talking substantial savings if we utilize those funds we have internally. The funding scenarios. What we tried to do when we came up with these is to kind of go through, again, with those two options in mind, minimizing what we're going to spend on interest, and also trying to come up with a way to stabilize the tax rate for people in case the option taken is to outside the levy. Okay? So for outside the levy, again, with those three different scenarios, also showing the baseline numbers where we are with just the project, for example. If we look at FY '24, for example, when we're going to issue the bond, without anything with the library, we're looking at an estimate tax rate of 23.15. And we're looking at the single rate, not the split rate you decide, but a single tax rate. And when we start talking about the taxes, we're looking at a $440,000 average cost for a house. Okay? So in FY '24, that's $23.15, average tax bill of $10,186. If we look at the grant award only, so that's just taking into account the $5.8 million reduction, in FY '24, when we place the bond, the tax rate will go up by 61 cents, or $268.40. If we look at the grant plus the donations, it's going up by 54 cents, or $237.60. And if we look at using the stabilization dollars, we can bring the tax rate impact down to 38 cents, or $167. FY '24 would be the worst year, because that's when we're placing the debt, and it would decrease each year after that.
Principal would go down. When you factor in the capital stabilization, that's the 300,000 plus the 2.1?
Yes. If we did decide, if the board did decide to go outside the levy, the $1.5 million that we've already approved at town meeting would be included in the ballot vote automatically, because you're defining the project itself, and that's part of the project. Okay?
But you're not required to include the 1.5, correct?
We are not
Can you turn that up?
required to, no.
But we could.
We could, and if we decide to go outside the levy with this, we should.
Okay, thank you.
Inside the levy. One of the things that we did previously is the police station and alumni. and we voted those, the board took the action of keeping those two projects inside the levy. At the time, what we did is we had initially proposed going outside the levy for those two projects. The board decided not to. We came back a couple of weeks later, if you remember, and came up with a scenario where we reworked the borrowing, came up with a scenario where we can minimize the impacts, even inside the levy, because those funds are now taking up available dollars from some other project, basically. And what we said at the time was that the capital would suffer because of that. What has happened, and I mentioned that in this paragraph, there's $812,000 that is FY '20 debt service for alumni and the field. And if we look at what's available for capital, and I do have a slide on this one, I should put up this slide. Sorry.
Steve, can you explain what you're about to show us again? I guess or maybe you just haven't gotten to the punchline. I'm not sure I follow yet.
The
Buried the lead.
impacts on capital. So when we talk about capital, and basically whenever we say we're going to fund something inside the levy, we always say it's going to impact capital. I mean, that's been a response that we've given previously. And the reason for that is when we set up the capital plan, debt service was the major funding source of the capital plan. And over time, what we did was, as debt service rolled off, it went to this capital, available for capital bucket, basically, a raise and appropriate portion designated specifically for capital. Before we placed the debt for the fire station alumni, that piece, that raise and appropriate piece for capital was $1.5 million. In FY '20, that number came down to $971,000, a decrease of $560,000. Alumni and the fire station accounts for $812,000, but we had a roll-off of debt service this past year for Shaker Lane because we retired the debt of $250,000. So you can see there's a direct relationship with the amount of money that we have set aside in capital and the rolling off of debt service. By placing this project inside the levy, we're going to be reducing that $971,000 again by the debt service payments for the library. You could say, yes, that's not a problem. We've weathered the storm in 19 and 20, but you can see our appetite. If you go further down, look at the total spending for the prior years, our appetite to spend capital hasn't diminished. So those figures don't include the transfers to capital stabilization we've done from those funds. That's just true spending on capital that we've done. We've been lucky that we've been able to regenerate free cash to supplement that decrease in the raise and appropriate portion. Free cash isn't a guarantee each year. Okay, are we good here?
I think so.
If we go back and go back one more slide. This type of slide should look actually, this one. We've seen this slide before. This is the exclusion, debt exclusions. We see this every year at the classification hearing. This is the amount of excluded debt that we actually have for each of the years. This is the amount that we've actually passed on to the taxpayers because we've been using that money set aside in the debt exclusion stabilization account to bring down this number. We've targeted different years as we put money into stabilization. So we've targeted FY '25. So in FY '20, for example, our actual debt service is 1.6 million. We're passing on 1.3 million to the taxpayer. So we're leveling this out all the way out to FY '25. Okay? When we talk about bringing in the excluded debt, this is the impacts that this would have with the library.
What do
So
you mean
those
by that?
numbers start
What do you mean
to,
by bringing in the excluded debt?
if we put the library outside,
Okay.
it's going to increase the amount of excluded debt that we have. So in FY '20, for example, this 1.3 that would be $1,631,000. What we need to try and do is to mitigate some of this that happens out here. So very simply, if in the next 3 years, in addition to the 2.4 million, if we're able to capture $254,000, we could bring this level down to this level to try and start stabilizing the tax rate again. And then as we go forward, the same plan that we used before, target those future years, put enough in stabilization as money comes available to fund that. I guess what bringing the project outside the levy gives us the flexibility to do other projects, to start looking at things and saying, is this small land purchase we want to do? Can we do this inside the levy now that we have some flexibility? If this project goes inside, that flexibility goes away. And we may have to start seeing some smaller projects now go to exclusion votes. Because there's also going to be pressures from the operating budget during this time. There's only so many dollars that we have, and they can't be pulled in 20 ways.
One question on this, Steve. Is this the model based on all of the library debt excluded, or just partial? The
This
2.4
is,
from capital, million donations, so on.
this uses any available fund to bring that down.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the middle road where it's partly inside the levy and partly outside the levy?
No.
No, okay. Then I'm misunderstanding.
The total project would be voted outside the levy, could be voted outside the levy.
Okay.
We're just bringing down the amount that we're going to borrow and affect the taxpayers by that 2.4
Okay,
million.
so this model is all of it outside the levy and then us making a year-to-year choice to pay off pieces?
Yes, by using this debt exclusion stabilization account. So it's effectively taking inside levy money, paying
Buying down.
outside.
Paying down the debt, yeah.
Paying it down, which is, we've had success doing it before. Inside the levy, we should look at it this way. So here's the current and potential inside debt. And you can look at this two different ways also. So in FY '20, in our budget right now, we have $979,000. That's appropriated in our budget for debt service inside the levy. In the back, in the brownish colors and the orange colors, that's what the inside debt service would turn into with the library project inside. Same amount of debt as I just showed, but you can see the differences here. Just knowing that this needs to come through the appropriation. So in other words, in FY '24, we'd have $742,000, oops, sorry. Don't click. We'd have $742,000 inside the levy. But now we have $1.5 million that we need to appropriate if the library is inside the levy. So there's $766,000 right here. If I can find my mouse again. There we go. $766,000 in FY '24, that delta between the 742 and the 1.5. So right now, we have 900,000 sitting there for capital. That's moving over. Our capital number now goes down to a couple $100,000 plus free cash. You could also say that inside this budget, this 979,000 is sitting there already. So what's the incremental increase to that budget? Well, in FY '22, we would have to add 330,000 to an existing number that's inside already. FY '23, 200,000 additional to that. So the year-to-year impacts in what we would have to fund inside the levy, if we use FY '20 as a baseline, doesn't look like that's great, and by FY '29, we start to see a recovery because we've had additional debt service roll off at that point in time. I think the high school rolls off in '28. Just another way to look at it. It's the bottom number that we really need to focus on because that's the debt service for the library. It's going to impact something. More than likely, it's impacting capital.
Can we do the classification slides now?
There's no pie charts.
Would be real popular.
Yeah.
I'll ask you a few questions, Steve.
Absolutely.
In terms of borrowing, you used 20 years, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Why 20 years?
That's what we've normally borrowed for. It's a 20-year period, but when we add in the 5-year period when we're going to short-term borrowing, it's essentially a 25-year borrowing.
Given that what we're expecting is a 50-year building and we're talking about something that's new construction, is there, and therefore a 50-year building is not unrealistic, is there any logic to extending that from 20 years to 30 years?
Pay more interest.
It would go 20 years to 25 years, because the total period would be 30, because we have those 5 years there.
Sure. But point being is there logic in extending the borrowing time period from 20 to 25 or from 20 to 30?
Interest costs.
Okay, well, that's the next question for you. What does the town currently borrow at? 2.5, plus or minus?
For a bond, it would be much greater. The assumption here was 5%.
Well, I guess that's why I want to understand why the assumption of, what's the basis of the assumption of 5% borrowing?
Because we're not going to be hitting it until FY '24, and right now, if we went out to borrow, it would be somewhere in the high 3s,
Okay.
low 4s. So it's going to more than likely increase by then. The other thing that could happen, and we've seen that on this last couple of projects that we've done, is we've issued a bond with a little higher coupon, and we get a premium in, and we pay down what we're going to borrow by using that premium. So that 5.8 million net that we're looking to possibly borrow after using all the funds that we have could decrease even further with premium, decreasing the interest costs as we go along. And that's whether this is inside or out, doesn't matter.
Another question for you, so that 5-year window, still trying to understand exactly how that first 5-year window work. So in that first 5 years, while we're incrementally being paid back by MBLC, we're doing that as a ban for 5 years before we take out the full and complete bond for whatever's left? Is that?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And so in year one, we've got to finance a little bit of the money that MBLC will be paying back to us in year 5. Do you understand that correctly?
So I put funding schedules for each of these in the packet.
Okay.
And it kind of just walks through how I'm looking at the debt right now. This column, the town debt, so the max that we would borrow in this scenario looks to be $9 million.
Okay.
And then we eventually start to get the payments in on the grants on those later years, which just goes back to reduce the amount that we're rolling from year to year.
Okay.
So the net is that 5.2 million at the very end.
Okay.
What's the project assumption, Steve? What's the cost, project assumption cost?
14 and a half?
14,753. Is that the one?
14,503, I think, per
503.
memo.
503.
And this is very rough.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know the timing that the state is going to make those grant payments on. I mean, we've never dealt with them. We can certainly talk about what we've done from school buildings, but this is an entirely different project. Different funding mechanisms with them. I did put a, kind of like a timeline in the packets for you also, as far as when the state will actually make payments, what little milestones they need to make.
You know, can I ask you a question here in terms of timing and structure of this? If we went forward with an approach that had some or all of it of the project above the levy, do we understand what the timeline for that would look like, given that per MBLC, we have 6 months from the date of the award to approve funding? Does that mean approve funding at town meeting? Or does that mean approve funding through the entire process of town meeting and a ballot vote?
The latter.
The latter, okay. So we would have to hold July 11th, so we would have to hold a town-wide ballot vote by
December 11th.
December. Yeah. Okay.
If, I'll throw a little wrinkle at you. If the ballot vote, if the town meeting article is contingent on a ballot vote. So I talked with bond counsel today, and we can't have a town meeting article that votes the project, an independent ballot vote that if it passes, then it's excluded debt. If it doesn't pass, then the town meeting vote lasts and it's inside the levy. It is possible. It's also possible that we could vote this inside.
Interesting. So then it
Yeah.
would be fully inside the
Warned me on
levy
this one.
unless a ballot took it outside.
It could be passed at town meeting, which would put it inside the levy. That vote at town meeting would not be contingent upon a successful ballot vote. We could have the ballot vote, which then gives us the authority to put the project outside the levy if it passes. If it doesn't pass, the project stays inside the levy.
So Steve, would you have 2 articles on the warrant in this scenario that I couldn't wrap my head around when you said it today?
Actually, bond counsel is writing a draft of that, and will have it to us tomorrow.
So it would be only one article where the exclusion vote was not contingent.
Exactly. where the project was not contingent on the exclusion vote.
And the benefit of doing that is,
If there's a chance that we believe that we want the project to move forward, but there's a chance that it doesn't pass at the ballot. Instead of saying goodbye to the project, we shift and pay it inside the levy.
Would that also allow us to hold the ballot vote in the normal course rather than as a one-off?
Yes, it would, because you could,
In December?
as I learned today, the selectmen have the authority to call a ballot vote on any debt that we have.
are there
At
not
any point
specific
in time.
timeframes that exist?
He didn't mention that to me. Just another little wrinkle that came in. So good luck with your decision.
Steve, if I understand this correctly, if it doesn't pass on town meeting floor, you wouldn't need to do a ballot.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Say it again, Greg.
If it doesn't pass on town meeting floor, you wouldn't need to do a ballot vote,
This is nothing to vote.
because there's nothing to vote.
Right, so town meeting would be, we do the project, we don't do the project. The ballot is, do we do it outside the levy or inside the levy?
After you get the thumbs up to do the project.
Right, after we've decided as a town, we do or we don't want to do it.
And as Chase alluded to, that could be done in May. When we have
MBLC
the
allows that.
regular, so we're not running a special election.
So MBLC would allow for that because you've already said.
There's nothing to do with it. Yes, town meeting said yes.
Yeah, so you get your vote.
It's just internally, we need to decide whether it's in or out, and we have that flexibility.
Not it for explaining that to town meeting.
Exactly.
Well, and whatever is done, if that scenario is selected for any reason, then it would be wise, obviously, to, as Chase said, explain it up front to town meeting.
It still brings the same concerns if it doesn't pass at the ballot. If we do go this route and it doesn't pass at the ballot, we're still with the concerns of inside the levy. But there's a project, at least.
Indulge a couple other questions, Steve. In your memo, you note two different ways of splitting it, partially inside the levy, partially outside of the levy. The exclusion set as a percentage of the project versus the exclusions. I take it to
Using
mean
the debt exclusion
Yeah, the
stabilization.
debt exclusion. Can you help me understand those two pieces?
We put that percentage in there because somebody on the board had mentioned something like that at one point in time. I don't think that works. It doesn't give us the flexibility. If we did got authorization to do the entire project outside, and then decided to fund certain amounts each year based on what was available. Because if you're not funding to a set schedule, then the tax rate is starting to go like this. Oh, I have the money this year, I can do this. I don't have the money next year, now the tax rate goes up. So while I think the percentage may sound good in appearance, I think the exclusion route, if we do go outside the levy, is the best way to handle that.
And if, in the scenario.
The stabilization way, I'm
In
sorry.
the scenario that the board chose to go outside the levy with, as Steve showed on the memo, but be in concert with trying to put as much into the levy as possible, except for years where we have a tighter year, then the expectation of the board should be, and my expectation and the financial team's expectation is, you'd be made aware, the town through these meetings would be made aware of where we stand in the budgeting process. So if in the budgeting process, the operating fund needed more funding, then we could say, well, this is how much we're trying to fit inside the levy this year. And in order to accommodate that operating, whatever operating request there is, or multiple operating requests there are, we'd have to move that outside the levy. That would give us essentially the flexibility to do it, but also it would be important, and we expect every year to share with the board, in this scenario, you may pick another scenario, share with the board what we're building towards or what we're headed towards based on the requests. And we can run different scenarios to discuss those, so that every year, not only the board is up to date, the finance committee, but the public at large understands and sees whether that year's funds are going to be excluded or included, or a portion thereof.
To just expand on what Nina just said, it's using this initial period between this FY21 budget and when we place this bond to try and come up with a plan to start funding that debt exclusion stabilization account. So we target a certain year. We have the funds starting to build up and be available. May not be spent in year one. I mean, like right now, we have $700,000 in that account that we've pushed out to FY25. So we're going to use a little portion of that each year to stabilize the rate. And I think that's what we should be planning on doing in this 5-year time period before we place the bond, is to figure out, if we do go outside, what's the route that's going to provide the least impact to the taxpayer.
The analogy here being the track, right? The track was funded outside the levy, but I think did we pay all of it in?
Yes, we had one ban issue that was outside.
Okay. But for the
paid
most
it
part.
off and used inside levy money.
And then you also had said Russell Street School construction?
There was a portion of the Russell Street that we also did the same thing. We had a separate ban for design or something. It was $700,000 or so. We paid that off inside the levy.
If we paid for it outside of the levy, how much would we be actually putting outside of the levy in the article, right? So we have a $14.5 million library. MBLC gives us 5.8. So that leaves us $8.7 million that we have to pay for.
Plus 2.4 from capital stabilization free cash.
Right, I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is.
Plus $1 million from the fundraising.
Correct.
So we're looking at 5.3.
Correct.
5.3, right, it is what hopefully the town would be financing in some way, shape, or form.
Based on
Is that the
14.5.
number that goes up above the levy? Or,
We have to borrow the 5.8 as well.
I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Whatever
Which goes in
whatever
and which
amount
goes
of
out?
debt that we have. So we take that last scenario, we're using grant money, we're using donations, and we're using the stabilization fund money. We're bringing that potential borrowing down to the minimum that we can do it right now, which is that $5,254,000.
Okay,
That's the amount that would be financed outside.
okay.
But were you also interested in understanding what the warrant article number might be, or any other numbers might be? Because
We don't have that number.
The
I mean, the warrant
project,
article number would be 14.5, right?
less the $1.5 million that we already did.
Correct.
Oh, right, less than $1.5 million.
And
so
it would
it'd be
say acceptance of grants and gifts
so on
and,
and
you
so
know,
forth.
right.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't have that number right now. Right, we're waiting for that number?
Which number? The gifts?
No.
The final construction number we're waiting for, yes. So whatever that comes in with, less than $1.5 million is what we would have to put on the warrant. Yes.
Any other question?
That was lots of questions.
Do you want the good news? We're on time. We're on schedule.
Assuming we're done with this
Just thought I'd
conversation.
break it up a little bit.
If we're moving beyond questions, Mr. Chairman, to deliberation on the issue, I'm ready to go on that, but I don't have any questions for Steve.
The question I have is relative to, assuming everything passes, we've got that 5.3, we'll call it, number. And hopefully those numbers, the estimates come in at that number, and that's a real number. That doesn't factor anything into the vacated space, the created vacated space.
That has, it doesn't
Separation.
take into account any of the projects that we're discussing, which is another reason for the outside to give us the flexibility to look at those things and evaluate them. The larger ones are probably going to have to be exclusions. The smaller ones, maybe we can fit inside.
So, want to talk about it now?
That's why we're here.
Comments?
Even after having heard the very detailed and thoughtful presentation, the argument is actually much more simple and crystalline in my mind than it was when I got here. I mean, this is ultimately a choice where to put your priorities, and if you're in favor of the library, then you vote yes on it. If you're not, you vote no. If you're in favor of keeping long-held practice of using our debt wisely within the budget as a way to fund our priorities, I've not heard anything that suggests we shouldn't fund this project under the levy limit. And not only that, I think, an important question in my mind is knowing that we have a potential delta between what we've put aside for the senior project and what we may need. Our debt capacity has not fully been tapped. And, Chase touched on a couple of key assumptions that invite questioning, the length of the borrowing, the assumed interest rates, but there are other assumptions that really weren't explored. The annual growth of the budget, the proper percent of the debt within the budget, but all of those, I don't even think we need to get into a point-by-point argument of that. We know we're in a position to afford this, and it doesn't take much of a review of the debt picture. And I think it's unfair to target just one item like the other capital projects. In a $41 million budget, where you choose to make your spending and where you choose to make your cuts falls across the board. That's not just because we got them next to each other in the area called capital doesn't mean that one has to pay unduly at the expense of the other. So I don't accept that as a credible argument. But I would think that I don't know if it is an emotional or political decision to make. I think there's a little bit of condescension in that, but I think a reflection of the messages that people give us. At the most recent town meeting, 82% of them said they wanted the library project as proposed, and consistently during the election season, that's the only time we hear people or the only time we hear it front and foremost, that the taxpayers should be considered. And I think at the end of the day, we have done a good job of after wrangling with it, reconciling ourselves to the fact that that is always a topic when we're coming before the voters, and we promise to do as much as we can under the levy limit and respect the taxpayers. Because the truth is, we are all getting increases anyways, just by virtue of 2.5, and more importantly, by virtue of the growing assessments associated with property. So we're just trying to keep up with the growth of increased taxes. Never mind, characterizing these as well. It's only another, whatever it is in a given year, 184, 268. Yeah, that's on top of the other increases that are coming down the pike. So, you can approach this from a lot of directions, but I'd say when 82% of the people have spoken of this as a priority, voted in favor of it, and then in the context of the town consistently supporting doing what we can with our priority projects under the levy limit. I've done both. I've been happy to support overrides when they were the only necessary means to achieve an end. And I'm just as happy that we've been able to do things like Alumni Field and the fire station under the levy limit. We're in a case now that even if we add this, we add the senior center to the debt picture, that's happening to the debt picture in the context of two other countervailing things. A lot of debt's coming off the books fast and furious, and our overall budget grows annually, which means that our percent of budget dedicated to debt properly should grow with it. So I feel very comfortable supporting this project under the levy limit. And I can't for the life of me see how these proposals to vote yes to fund the project under the levy limit, and then after the fact, ask people to have an election to go out and vote yea and nay on a tax increase. Boy, I don't want to be down at the polls when people are coming out, to vote on that election. That's crazy. Well, that's my thought on it, Mr. Chairman.
So as far as the 82%, that was to allocate $1.5 million for so we get to a final number. So that was to figure out the design numbers and the construction numbers and what that final number would be. So I don't think that that's necessarily the, it's an overwhelming vote, 82%. But that wasn't 82% of residents saying, we absolutely want a library. It was to, excuse me. Really? So that was 82% to find out what the real number was, and we still don't have that, frankly. We've received a number of letters from a number of people. Many of you are sitting here tonight, and I couldn't agree with many of the comments anymore. We've got a wonderful library, and each one of the letters states how great a library we have, and it's a testament to Sam, to the trustees, to all the employees, and to the town as a whole, and to the funding of the library. And my hat's off to all those that make our library great, and we've heard from any number of people how wonderful our library is. Back a few years ago, January of 17, I think it was, when we were sitting here to try to make a determination as to whether or not we would put in, we would allow the trustees to put in a grant application, we were kind of put under the gun. And we would ask on a Friday to have, or a Thursday, I believe, because it had to be on the agenda for Monday. We had a weekend, essentially, to determine whether or not this project on the slope site was a project that we wanted to move forward with and allow the trustees to put forth an application to submit the grant to the MBLC. We, members, had a lot of deliberation about it. We kind of went back and forth. It was a 3-2 vote to grant the authority to the trustees to go forward. It was with some trepidation on some folks' parts, but the fact of the matter is, we allowed for the grant application to go through. I was one of the people that voted against it because I felt as though the library was a need and not a want. I feel strongly about the library. I use the library. I actually have an overdue book right now from the library. I certainly, as has been demonstrated with the marijuana retailers, I was against adult use marijuana in Littleton, but the will of the people is the way that I will perform my role as a member of the Board of Selectmen. So if the will of the people tells me that at town meeting that this is what they want to do and they want to fund it this way or that way, that's what we will execute upon, and that's, I commit to that. But I do in fact feel that this is a want and not a need. I don't think we need a library right now, and I don't think it's fiscally responsible for us to fund a library right now when we have so many other needs, and this does not take into consideration any of the other needs. And as far as, Chase, you had brought up a point relative to the timing of bonds. Steve, you can probably keep me honest in this, maybe Nina, you could as well. If we extend the life of the bond and we decide that we want to do something with the library, as long as that's bonded, we can't do anything to that library. If we wanted to change it, we wanted to make any any modifications as long as we're still paying under the same debt service. Am I correct?
No,
I know that was the case with MBLC, so, not MBLC, the school, MSBA, right. And it was the same with alumni. If we went through, if we still had debt on it, we couldn't do anything to it.
for alumni, as long as we have debt on it, any change in conditions would have to go through bond council.
All right, so it's not the same with any construction
For
project?
MSBA, yes, they have their own conditions because they gave
So
you money.
MBLC's
I don't know
different.
about the library trustees.
So again, the one thing I'm gonna go back to, and I've kind of stayed this course, and Mark, you and I have had many a conversation about this. I do feel as though it is a want. I would love to have a new library in Littleton. I absolutely would. I just don't think that we have the, I don't think we're in a good place right now fiscally, because I think it's gonna be at the expense of, if we need if we need more teachers, we need to expand the schools, we need more firefighters, more police officers, if we need to do things municipally. It doesn't take care of enough of our needs, and I wish we would have been able to come up with some kind of cohesive project, whether it be on this site or some other site. I don't know what that would be, but I think that it's building it on the slope site is also going to kind of tie us to this location, because if we decide to move away from this location as a town hall or as any type of town offices, we're gonna have a library in the woods, essentially, and I guess we could make some changes, and it's kind of, tucked in the woods, and there's no real reason to come there other than the library. I mean, there's certainly reasons to come to a library. But it would be tucked behind this building, and I just, I also have reservations about the vacating of the space and what that expense is going to be to the town. Certainly, we could repurpose it. There's a number of needs that we have. We've identified those through the space needs study and from doing when the library was looking at different project concepts, I guess. And it's going to be very expensive for us to do anything, which is one of the reasons why it was doing an expansion of the existing space was moved away from in order to go to the slope side. So again, just to reiterate, I feel as though it's a want, not a need, and if we were able to incorporate other uses, I would have a much easier time getting behind it, but I know it's not a popular statement for me to make, but I have to make a statement for the entire community, and I don't feel as though it's a good fiscal decision for us to fund a want over many needs. Now you can yell at me.
I'd like to speak. Sorry. Not your turn yet, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
So I'd like to ask, just Steve, what is our financial policy with respect to funding capital projects inside and outside the levy? We do have financial policies in place, correct?
We do.
Yeah.
Policy says that major projects should be funded as debt exclusions.
And does that?
I think the complete phrase, unless another funding source is identified. Okay, here's the other funding source.
Okay, so let me
All
finish.
right, I
for a
just wanted to
second.
make sure you're getting the full answer.
No,
We spent a lot of time on that language.
Right, so Paul, and I appreciate there is another funding source, but we need to think of the consequence of that other funding source. I think Steve brought up some really good points tonight that personally concern me with respect to the fiscal health of the town as a whole. And basically, if we're going to reduce the capital stabilization significantly, again, we did reduce it. We had an impact when we funded alumni and the fire department inside the levy. We will see an impact again if we fund the library inside the levy. And I have concerns if historically, as you said, we would spend usually $2 million a year out of capital, right? Well, if we're going to deplete that down to, what was it, 791 or something like that, 791,000, say, where are we going to get the other money? for those capital expenditures. I touched on this when we talked about the capital budget with all our town departments, our fire department, our police department, our highway department. They have capital needs, our school department. Those departments will all be affected by a decision to fund this one project inside the levy. And I think we need to realize that. And it's, honestly, there's support for the library project, and no one can deny that. And I'm not saying that I'm against the library project, but as an elected official for the town of Littleton, I need to do what's best for the whole community. I can't make decisions based on what's best for one group. And I'm sorry if that's unpopular, but that's just the way I feel and the way I'm approaching this whole project. And I get it that the library services the whole community, but so doesn't our Council on Aging, so doesn't our Department of Elder and Human Services, so doesn't our Park and Recreation Department, and so doesn't our school department and many other departments in town. So I'm just trying to have a more inclusive approach to my thought process with respect to making a financial decision with respect to this, this project. And I wish to echo what Chuck said, that we had been able to bring this together, all of these projects together. This building that we're sitting in right now, it has significant issues that cannot be ignored anymore. It's an old school. And just for reasons that it's not conducive to a library anymore, it's really not conducive to many departments that function here every day that are very important, including the Council on Aging, including the Park and Rec, including our town employees. They work here. There's a lot of issues with this building that need to be addressed, and I'm concerned that if we fund this inside the levy, then we're taking away the opportunity to address the concerns for other needs in this town. And so I just don't think it's the best sound fiscal decision for us. We can still have a library, we can still get there, I know we can, but I think really we need to take into consideration the recommendations of our finance team. We have a finance team for a reason, and they know far better than I do. They're giving us the information and they're giving us recommendations, but I think we really need to listen to those. And I appreciate what Paul is saying. He's certainly been on the board a lot longer than I have, and I get that, but I think it comes to the point where we can't look at past practices and say, well, we did this for that project. It doesn't become the norm. At one point, you have to look at the community and what's going on in town. We have a lot going on in town. We have a sewer project that we're trying to get off the ground. Our schools are growing. The demand on our highway department's growing because we have more residential, communities being built. Our fire department and our police department are inundated. They definitely have needs that need to be met. And I think we need to take everything into consideration when we look at what the impact would be if we do fund this inside the levy. I know it sounds great, but when you look at these numbers, I really don't think it's the best option. So, thank you.
I'll keep mine short, Joe. I couldn't agree more that we need to do what's best for the community. And funding, right now, we don't know what else is down the road. And so let's say we do need to do something substantial with this building. That could mean an override. Okay, that doesn't make sense to me to split the library half under, half over, or some percentage thereof, only to come back down the road and do something half over, half under, when right now we have the room within the levy to do something underneath it, and then we revisit the costs later when we need to do the next component of it. And furthermore, in terms of what's best for the community, what is best for the community is not saying no to a 40% off coupon on a new library. Whether you agree or disagree that we need a library today, the fact of the matter is we're going to need a new library. Everyone has talked about the growing expectations and needs of municipal departments. And so whether that's today or tomorrow or 10 years from now, doesn't change the fact that we're going to need one. What it does change is, do we have access to $6 million from the MBLC? And so we have room underneath the levy. That does mean that future projects will need to go through this consideration. They may need to be over the levy. And frankly, I think we may be going down the path of exploring that for certain needs. That doesn't mean that this can't be reasonably done under the levy. What we see in front of us from our financial team is highly conservative. And I understand why it's highly conservative, and I think it makes sense for them to present us with a highly conservative estimate. Nonetheless, it's highly conservative and in my opinion, too conservative. And it makes sense to do this underneath the levy and then deal with things as they come within the capital plan and potentially explore going above the levy for future projects. And if we need to do that, we will do that. This is the perfect opportunity to do something that is in the best interest of the entire community, is fiscally sound, and furthermore, is long-term planning. The fact we can't hold it against the library that they went forward and put out an idea and put out a plan. If what we're waiting for is the grand cohesive vision, I don't think it makes sense to hold it against the library for having gone out and come up with almost $6 million for this. So I think it makes good financial sense. I can't think of anything that is in the better interest of our community than doing this, and I think it should be underneath the levy.
Just to comment that I don't think anyone's holding it against the library for coming out in front. And I would just like to know, as far as large capital projects, sure, fund them outside the levy. But what about the everyday expenses for our town departments? What about the cruisers and all those other expenses? How are we going to pay for that?
I think there is room within this conservative estimate for that. And that goes to two things. One, the conservative nature of this estimate. Okay. And number two, there is money within capital, even under the scenario in which it's fully within the levy. And so
There is still money there, but is it enough? It
and that's
wasn't
what I'm
enough
saying.
last year. How is it going to be enough if we cut it by
Not enough
another-
to fund every item on the list, but you take a step back from that list. Should we be funding everything on the request list in year one? I think you look how close we have come to saying yes to almost all requests. That we might be a little bit more bullish than we should be in that regard. However, if the thought is that we should be putting more in that direction for other capital, smaller capital needs, rolling stock and the like, it's not, there's nothing written in the budget or any of the laws that say it's A or B. We got a $41 million budget. If that's a big priority, then make that a big priority at the beginning of the process. And this is also a big priority to a lot of us. It doesn't stand that the only thing that should suffer is the one thing that was mentioned as, oh, well, if you fund this, then this program cut. Baloney. We can make choices wherever we want. We can instruct our finance director. These two our priorities are. Let's see a budget proposal that acknowledges those two facts, and how else would you construct other things? Perfect opportunity to do it is at the institution of a zero-based budgeting program on the operating budgets.
In all the deliberations so far, I can't for the life of me understand why people say if you want to put part of it outside the levy, then you're against the library. That's not the case. We went to town meeting, I'm all for the library, but at the same time, I'm nervous about what it could cost other departments, just like Cindy said. And I thought this was more like just a discussion of how we're gonna fund it, not a yes or a no that we're for or against the library. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm for the library, but I agree with, I like finance department to be conservative on purpose, so we don't run into problems in the future that we have to put one thing against another, that we do have extra funds there to, if something comes up, whether it's a piece of land or something else that we're always looking at. So in my mind, I would like to see part of it funded in and part of it funded out. And I don't think there's a problem with that. I still want the library, it's just how it's going to be funded.
sounds like we're holding them to a different standard than we've used in the past, and that doesn't ring right to me. I supported the funding for the alumni field gladly under the levy limit. I supported the funding for the fire department under the levy limit because it was the right thing to do at the time, and we could afford it. And projecting out, we could afford it. I also voted for the police station and the middle school, which both required overrides because that was the right thing to do at the time. And down the road, another, as Chase said, another set of circumstances might put the need for an override to do something with this property or whatever, foursquare there. And if that's the right decision, fine. But as far as, voting an override now because we might need one later, or one of these cut the baby in half proposals, just, no, thank you. I mean, you're still telling the voters to come out and vote. Now, what do they vote, a half yes and a half no? Or, I think we have a pretty binary choice as far as the topic before us is.
I don't know what the finance committee thinks.
Any comments from Finance Committee?
I have one comment. We know that there's activity going on this site coming up later this month, drill holes being done, test holes. We've got this $14 million number. Do we know that that's the right number? Could this project be, because that's a tricky site, could it be another $2 million more? Or would you still feel the same way? I think it's tough to make a decision right now without knowing what that number truly is going to be, so we know what the impact is. Because you're voting on something that you think it might be this, but it might not be. Maybe it's better. Fingers crossed for that, but likelihood with that site makes me a little suspicious of that.
The original siting had a number of borings done as well, so they're not going into a blind.
No, but there was
Into
a
this
need for
14 and a
more
half.
were identified that was needed, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So let's make the best decision once we know what the true number is when that's done. I mean, we appropriated $1.5 million to get the estimate done. We don't have it. We still have to have all this work done so we can get the right estimate, so we would know what the final cost of the project is. Then we can make an informed decision. Right now, we're kind of guessing a little bit. Might be close, but there's still a little bit of guesswork in there. Because that site's so tricky, I would feel more comfortable making a vote once you know what the number really is.
And we will before town meeting, is that right?
Well, so, Sam, if I may, through the chair, when isn't the library expecting to get estimate? Roughly a week before town meeting, correct? 2 weeks? So the challenge logistically on that would be that the warrant would be written and mailed, and you can't expand beyond the four corners, so to speak, of the warrant.
No, mind that.
You can remove stuff from the warrant,
Whatever
but you
that number
can't
should be.
add stuff to the warrant. So extrapolate that as you may. Mr. Chair?
Mark Rambacher, trustee, and I'm on one of the building committee with this. There's, the $14.5 million includes about a 10% contingency for things like if the site's got issues, right? So those have, and it's got construction escalation costs in it. Yes, we don't have a final number. We're working as diligently and as quickly as we can to get the final number, but there's just, it's very hard to do between May and October to build out the new building and get that number. We have the design architects, everyone committed to giving us a final number before town meeting, but we can't, you can't make the baby in, shorter time, right? It's just, we need the time to get it, right?
Leave the babies alone.
There's plenty of money in contingencies that we're fairly confident that we will be close to the 14.5 number. Could it go up? Sure. But we're not expecting it to, go up exponentially again. We're expecting it to be pretty close to the number that we're at. And Steve Moore is on the committee with us, and we're working diligently to keep that number where it's at, right?
You pointed back there, is he still here?
I don't know.
I know he's more comfortable with the 15 to 20% contingency.
He's the one that was comfortable with the contingency that's going forward now, yes. So, he's been on the architect and to keep the costs down,
He's a great
keep it under
resource.
control, so. He's been a great resource for us, so.
Okay, is this something we decide tonight?
You can certainly have further discussion on this on the 23rd. Tonight, would ask that you put a placeholder on the warrant, assuming, I don't hear anyone saying we shouldn't put this on the warrant, so. Put a placeholder on the warrant, which would be one of the next items, and you could certainly have further discussion on the 23rd. We would need to make a decision by the 23rd, or at the absolute latest, the 1st, but I don't know, I mean, we could come into the, so, let me just run this through with Steve, because I hadn't done this before. Steve, with bond counsel, I assume we can always have multiple versions and be prepared in the event that on the 1st, we wanted to select one or the other version, because the warrant is going to print on the morning of the 3rd. So, that only gives us one working day to insert, make sure do final proofreadings, et cetera, in the event that the board were to want to make this decision after, as time has gone by, at October 1st would be the latest. Would you agree, or would that be too tight?
I've asked bond counsel for examples for inside, outside of that hybrid. So we'll have whatever we need to take to town meeting. So whatever deadline that we have, I mean, it's for us. We don't have to wait for bond counsel to come up with something. We'll have that information.
Okay, so bottom line's preferred decision by the 23rd, but you have the room to the 1st of October, which is a Tuesday.
Okay. So,
As long as everyone's got that on their calendar, because we need a majority.
And so
if not
on,
a full board.
on the 23rd, will we have model, obviously there are different ideas in front of us here. Will we have model language for different tracks, or essentially what's being drafted?
Yeah, it within the levy, outside the levy, or hybrid.
Split the baby?
Well, it's, I would phrase it as something slightly different, but that's the tomato. It's not necessarily splitting, it's put as much of it as inside the levy as possible, and when we have challenging years where we need flexibility, transparently put it outside.
Let's see. So, can we get the citizens here? There's some folks who are gonna talk.
we're running late, I was gonna,
Erica Goodwin, 6 Fox Lane. I just wanted to comment on the idea that this is not a need at this time. I just think that is not true. I'm a teacher. I currently have a child in a wheelchair. He has very limited mobility in his, well, none in his legs and very limited in his upper body. He has a motorized wheelchair that gives him some degree of independence, and it is huge. Trying to get around my classroom is a challenge. There is no way it would get around that children's room. Just no way it would get through. And because it's not a need for me to be able to access the library, doesn't mean it's not a need for other people. And it is a need for our town. And that's all I have to say.
please.
Mary Lee Dunman, 300 Harvard Avenue. I wanted to get a clarifying, I have a clarifying question. You had mentioned that the new library was built to be a 50-year building, is that correct? What was the life expectancy of the current library that we have now? Does anybody know that?
Moved in there about 30 years.
How about the building itself?
That part of the building was built in 1950.
How does this relate to what, I'm trying to figure why,
Well, okay, because I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Knox. You had said, and for Ms. Napoli and Mr. DeCoste, you had said that, what if we need money for something like a piece of land we decide we want to buy? At what point doesn't this count as one of those things that we need and want in the future? I mean, if this building was built in 1952, it seems like we're well beyond, a thing that we might need someday. It is something we need today. So I'm just wondering why are you, what logic is there in kicking this particular can down the road? At some point, we are going to need a library. If you don't think it's today, when do you think it will be? In your view, in your opinion, when do we need the new library?
I don't understand. I'm for the library. I'm just talking about.
I'm not asking about, I'm asking when do you think we need the new library? If it's not now, when do you anticipate we will be able to fund, that you would say, yes, let's go ahead?
We never said we didn't want to go
No,
ahead.
yeah,
We're just offering a funding.
We just talking-
mechanism.
Mr. DeCoste, do you understand what I'm asking?
I do, and I'll answer
If you,
for me.
thank you.
Mr. Coast, but that's okay, I've been called worse.
Sorry.
And I'm sure I'll be called worse tonight by some folks in the audience. But I made the statement that I love the library, and I do love the library. I'm right there with my children, so it's, I never made the statement that we might need to buy land or anything like that. Those are things that do come up, and we've been criticized as a board for not buying land, and whether it be Cricket Lane or the Cooper Farm, whatever. So those are all things that do come up, and we have to make some tough choices.
Right.
So that's, you don't always make people happy when you make those choices. So I personally don't feel that this is, Eric, I completely appreciate your comments, but I don't see this as high a need as some other needs. I think we have a fantastic library right now. As far as when, if we were in a better financial situation right now, I'd love to be able to do an override and do a town campus. Let's say we purchase Alan Fletcher's land across from the Cooper Farm, and we put in a town hall, the park and rec building with a gymnasium in it, and, well, so that's, I'm giving you a timeline. You asked me for a timeline, I'm telling you, I would love to be able to do that. I don't know when we're gonna be able to fund that kind of thing. So I can't give you that answer. But I do wish that we could do something that was more comprehensive, that took all departments into consideration and all needs into consideration. So that's.
I would like to afford a mansion someday, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, so you're
So
going off
I'm
the rails
gonna
right now.
go, okay,
I
well,
think there
what
was some
can I
other
do
questions.
for a home now?
Christine Nordhaus, Star Hill. So the funding within the levy and then the amount of money we'd have to take out of the capital stabilization fund. I'm looking at the financial projections right now for my proposed cannabis shop. And by 2024, the 3% excise tax coming into Littleton from my little shop would be $408,000 a year. And the Littleton project would be fully funded and giving $150,000 a year in grants to projects designed to improve the lives of the people of Littleton. So I want to just put it out there that there are some fantastic funding options available for you guys. And it's not just a plug for the shop.
Come on.
Economic development, especially if if economic development like that is what is required to fund this and all of the things that we need. And $408,000 a year, that's only 300 people a day, at a shop. So imagine if there were two shops, what you could get those cruisers and the town campus and this building. I think people chuckle because there's cannabis attached to my comment, but the fact is, it's why I wanted to start my shop, was to help pay for things like this. Like, this is perfect for that, a perfect reason to get more tax revenue coming into town from businesses. So there.
Janine Wood, 12 Christina Street. I'd like to question some logic that I heard. In setting up a financial plan, we are very rightly not counting on economic growth, not counting on income that isn't currently coming in. Although we could think, hey, be proactive and say, Are there gonna be more shops that open up? Is there something else that we could push for more income? We aren't gonna put that in a financial plan because that's not responsible. I get that. But if we aren't going to put in income that isn't there, why are we putting in expenses that aren't currently there? I mean, I don't, you guys are like counting on expenses that aren't on the lines yet and not counting on income that isn't on the line yet, so it doesn't
So I can tell you, so being in the Space Needs Committee, we have identified that we need more space for the town hall. We need more space for the library. We need more space for seniors. We need more space for Park and Rec. So there's a lot of identified, so we're not just kind of pie in the sky saying, no, you can't do it because we may spend money down the road. We need to spend money on a new senior center. We need to spend money to find space for the Park and Rec department. We need to do those things. We need to do something either with this building or somewhere else to house our town offices. Those are all things we know that we need. And as far as the economic development piece of it, we know that there are large contributors to our tax base right now that are leaving. So that's going to give us more burden.
Okay.
It's going to be spread out, it's going to come away from the commercial base, and it's going to be spread out on the residential base. So when we make our decisions, we're not doing it willy-nilly because we feel as though we don't need a library, we don't want a library. I would love to have a library.
Yeah, no,
I raised my 5 kids in this town, and I brought them all to the library. So I can speak for myself. I'm not making decisions, just grabbing numbers out of the air. There's a lot of things that are on our plates. There's a lot of research that we do. We have a lot of numbers in our heads. We need to make the best decision possible. Paul feels strongly about funding it inside the levy, and he thinks we can survive that. I see it differently. I am probably more aligned with the way Mr. Venuti conservatively looks at funding projects. So that's what makes this work, is not one of us is going to agree on every single item or every single topic. So I hope that answered some of your questions from my perspective.
Maybe if we were specific about, we're going to have these expenses that are against, instead, specific. It just sounded like you were like, well, someday something bad might happen.
So none of them are what ifs. I mean, I believe we need more police. I anticipate with us developing more, we're gonna need more funding for the highway department. I strongly believe that we need a senior center. We don't need a new one. We need one. We don't have one. So there's Park and Rec needs a lot. We mothballed or backburnered a boathouse because we were trying to do something more comprehensive for Park and Rec, which would have potentially taken that space need out of this building and put it down at the lake. So there's a lot of moving parts that we're not just kind of winging it.
Megan?
Megan Wright, 16 Needles Road. Over the past couple of years, I've been lucky enough to get involved with the fundraising group. And a lot of times I sound like I'm going to cry when I'm talking in public, but I think I might actually because I've gotten to know a lot of these people, and sometimes they can't speak up in meetings like this. But one thing struck me that one of the librarians told me is that they're given some Band-Aid money. This is kind of the need-want that you talked about, Mr. DeCoste. They're given Band-Aid money to fix things, to like if the elevator is broken and they need to bring it up so that it can work, or so that they can make some shelves a little bit more accessible. They're given Band-Aid money from the state, and at some point that money is going to run out, and then Littleton is going to have a hard question. It is either going to be close the library or build a new one, and we will have said no, perhaps, to this 40% coupon, this grant. We have a highly supportive town for this project. We have a coupon for it. We have the ability to put it in our levy. And this is something that the town needs. And again, Mr. DeCoste, I don't mean to keep singling you out,
okay.
But I just heard you say that you tend to agree with the conservative side of Mr. Venuti here, but that didn't happen. You're an alumni. So like they recommended that it not be funded within the levy, but that wasn't the path that was taken. The board decided to put it in the levy. So what's the difference? This is a library that's going to be here long after all of us. That's going to be here for all the citizens of Littleton. And I'm just disgusted. I'm just really I'm just sad. It's sad. I keep thinking that we're gonna make the right decisions, and we just don't. Sorry.
Any others, because we way behind time, so.
Sorry. Cheryl Morrow, King Street. So far, the price tag of this project is $14.5 million. Are the townspeople aware that we were able to build 2 public safety buildings for under that dollar figure? When Selectman Hebert voted to move this library project forward, she asked for a contingency plan. Has that been presented? And lastly, I just want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. So if we do vote inside the levy for the next 20 years, any other project that comes up before us, the town will have a Proposition 2.5 override for those projects. No, that's wrong? Okay.
Well, it's not entirely wrong. I mean, it depends on the project. It depends on the price tag, and, I mean, if how much growth we have.
We have debt coming off the books too, so let's not have a big
we
scare scenario.
We have some, yeah, but we don't know, Paul, right? So
Well, a lot of this
can
we do
speculate.
know.
Debt coming off the books, we know.
Yes.
But we also don't know if IBM moves up to Westford to Red Hat tomorrow. That's a pretty big nut we take off
Well,
our
we
rolls.
base all of our projections on assumptions, and we make conservative assumptions in some places where the facts don't bear them out. I think in terms of the growth, annual growth to the town, over time, even in the down periods, sustains a growing budget. And we have some years are tougher than others. But no one project worth $14 million or whatever the borrowing number for it is, less than that, $9 million, is going to preclude certainly all projects from being funded themselves under the levy limit. In fact, it's not even going to prevent the next few, depending upon what the size of them are. It's prudent to plan long-term and be realistic about what kind of debt you can carry, but we're not even in that ballpark right now, is my estimation.
Okay, I'll take a couple more. Here, please.
Kathy Christophic, Hartwell Avenue. I would ask you to consider the financial implication of giving up the 40% off of this building, really, because this is our last chance at this town meeting. Mr. DeCoste, I see that you shake your head no.
It's not our last chance.
It is our last chance until at least 2030, if not 2035. And this
Based
is,
upon where are you getting that information?
this is coming from MDLC and the grant process
I got different information from them last January.
from,
From BLC at the MMA.
all right.
The Mass Municipal Associations.
That's almost a year ago. The updated figures now are that the projects on this list will not be funded fully, and there will be no more grants until that happens. All right? So this is not, we're not gonna get this money anytime soon. So please consider your financial obligation. I don't know of any other building, I don't know if there are grants for senior centers. I didn't hear of any grants for alumni. We've got the fundraising. So please consider that this is a real opportunity.
Good. Question in the back.
Dina Flockhart, 61 Gilson Road. So I need to check my understanding and get an explanation. It's my understanding that we want to fund it within the levy because people don't want their taxes to go up. It's an emotional issue. Even if it goes up by $50, they can get very upset and very uptight and vote much differently because of that. So outside the levy, taxes go up. Inside the levy, taxes don't go up. That's kind of the emotional issue that we're looking at when we present it to taxpayers and people at the town meeting. The hybrid option, where you were saying that it is funded within the levy unless we have a problem in the future. How does that get presented to the taxpayers? And how does it work? I didn't really understand how it would be presented to the taxpayers. And I didn't really understand how it would work in practice, because that, I mean, if we're looking for a compromise, that could be okay if it's presented to the taxpayers in a way that won't push their emotional buttons.
So to answer your question specifically, the memo that the financial team prepared, they considered a grant, donation, and capital stabilization scenario. So in that scenario, the $2.4 million that we have currently available would be applied. And then any future expenditures that could buy that down are not accounted for. So this is sort of the worst case scenario with it split partly. In that scenario, in fiscal year '25, the tax implications would be $114 for a typical single-family home of $440,000. That 114 is compared to, if we only had the grant, we're looking at 114 in the split. We're looking at 184 if it was all above the levy. So
So we're saying that, so you're saying that, but that wasn't what I was I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
No problem, Nina Nazarian.
You were saying that it would go in and out of the exclusion depending on that's the part that I didn't
So
understand.
what that means is that in a given year, what we're currently doing now is we spend a certain amount of capital to actually buy down the cost of future debt, right? And analogously, in certain years, if we had the money available to us, we could buy down the debt associated with the library, that is, do it within the existing tax base. So the analogy is the track. The track was an exclusion. But then when it came time to pay for the track, we actually found the money within the operating budget. And so even though there was an exclusion to pay for it, it was actually paid for within the levy, so it didn't increase taxes. That is on a year-to-year basis, and this split option, or frankly, all above the levy option, we have the option to do this as well. We pay for the library costs above the levy, potentially with money from within the levy on a year-to-year basis. So it depends on the financial situation that the town is in, other projects that we might take on, so on and so forth, but there's no guarantee that it would be above or below.
Okay, but part of my question was, what are you going to tell, how do you make this understandable to the average taxpayer?
Can I think also, Chase, if I interpret your question, I think what she was asking was more about not the hybrid part in, part out. Because if we say, okay, everything gets voted inside the levy now, but then we decided later, like Steve was saying, later, we really do want it, we're gonna put this out to vote to see whether people do it or not. I think she's asking that, how does that work?
Kind of both, because part of what we're seeing with voting in this town is, oh my God, it's going to raise my taxes, we can't do it. As opposed to, we're going to spend the money, but my taxes won't go up now.
Taxes will not, no matter what.
Do you see what I'm saying? See? By saying this is outside the levy and it's going to trigger an override, there's a whole emotional component. And that's part of what the people who want the library are afraid of, is that people will vote with, oh my God, I can't pay another cent in taxes.
I mean,
how do we tell them that,
the only way to do that is to say it could raise your taxes, and we as a board or whatever board is sitting in front of you at the time will do their best to mitigate that impact. That's
The simplest way to say it.
That's all there is to say there. It's a promise or commitment to try.
So you're saying that the warrant has to be one way.
Well, the article, I suppose that you could put multiple warrants on the article, I assume that's not an agreeable or of interest situation. So when the article is worded on the warrant, it has to be clear what the way it would be worded is that we are to give notice to the residents of Littleton that they are certain of what is coming up at town meetings. So residents can decide whether or not they'd like to attend that town meeting. And so in no uncertain terms does our article have to be clear. And, well, and these articles are not usually easy to digest. They're rather lengthy. They're written by bond counsel. They can't truly be materially modified by us because of the legal nature of them. So I definitely understand those concerns. This town and other towns have done a very good job of providing explanations inside their town meeting reports, and those explanations hopefully help explain, what the article is truly trying to say. And in the end, on something like this, no doubt that the explanation's gonna be more difficult than a pure inside the levy or outside the levy scenario. But the simple fact of this idea and this concept is you basically have the best of both worlds. You're able to try to put it within the levy in years that we don't have, let's say, capital expenses that exceed the available dollars or operating expenses that exceed the available dollars. And in those years, there would be discussions before the Board of Selectmen during the budget process so that all parties understood here what implications of raising the operating budget or funding the next capital item would entail.
That's the last one.
Yeah.
Of course, televised and discussed in a transparent way.
All right, that's not a board position, that's an opinion. I appreciate that.
Certainly,
We're
I'm
getting
just-
off track.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it would be my responsibility to transparently inform the board of these items.
All right, we have to move on. We're way behind schedule. On to the next subject, please. What was supposed to be at 9 o'clock. Special
spoke too
town
soon?
meeting to insert articles.
Thank you. You have a very, very, very preliminary warrant in front of you with lots of essential placeholders and a lot of work that needs to be done on that warrant. You essentially have no numbers in front of you at this time, but we do have some knowns. There's always a potential of bills for prior years, and so I think we've carried that historically. I don't know if we know of any at this time, but then there's FY 2020 budget amendments. Throughout a number of processes, we've identified that we anticipate amendments this year, and you saw a large part of that at the end of year transfers for the warrant, and we expect adjustments to the 2020 budget to be able to try and have ourselves a rather smooth process before the end of this fiscal year. We anticipate obviously, at least one capital item based potentially on the presentation and discussion we had with Scott Moore today from PMBC. We know we have, I'm sorry, thank you. I used to know Scott Moore. We also have amendments to the revolving fund, and we saw a number of those amendments at the end of fiscal 19 as well, so similarly, those amendments would be probably like the amendments modifications we had at the end of fiscal 19, but also maybe slightly modified there as well. We have 2 projects coming forward by the Community Preservation Committee regarding the some work at the cemeteries, historical preservation work there, as well as the 12 Robinson Road roof. And then we also expect amendments to the Park and Recreation and Community Education Enterprise operating budget. There is a receipts reserved for appropriation account for the Oak Hill Cell Tower that needs to be authorized. We are seeking funding for a classification and compensation study to be put into effect for, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, July 1st, 2021. And the process takes quite a bit of time, as everyone probably knows. 2 personnel bylaw amendments, one relating to minimum wage since it's going up in January, and the second as it relates to the definition of personal time, specifically because of the way our new accounting software is building the personal time allotments hourly versus by the day. The library building project construction, which we've discussed extensively. The treatment for PFAS, I'm not going to attempt to say that word. The Littleton Common Smart Sewer, if a borrowing is needed at that time. Amend home rule petition for the special state legislature to authorize Littleton Common Smart Sewer. I think maybe one part or two parts on this?
Yeah, I talked with Tom today, and he's going to give it some more thought, but there's a potential we might have 4 articles for clarity's sake. One is the borrowing article, one is the land article, one would be the creation of the sewer department under the water department, and then the 4th one would be if any amendments to the home rule petition are necessitated by virtue of that.
Thank you. And then.
So we need another one to this list to.
Sounds good, we should add that. And then finally, a town bylaw amendment for business licenses. I don't have a significant amount of information on that at this point because it's still with town council, and the chief and our town clerk are waiting on information at this point in time on that subject. So, I think the procedural thing at this stage is to insert the articles onto the warrant. There's a possibility that additional articles get submitted by other boards and committees between now and the 16th when the warrant closes. I think there's a scenario where before the warrant is printed, if any one of, let's say, bills of prior years is not necessary, we can pull it off. But for the purposes of Littleton procedures historically and what we published as a timeline, it would be best to put more on the warrant and decide to pull items off at a later time if they are determined to be unneeded.
Anyone on the board have any problems with the articles that we just mentioned?
Add to that the item that Paul mentioned regarding the definition of, or would it be putting the
Creation of a sewer department under the.
LLWD.
Yeah. As well, specifically the water department. Tom says to make a distinction, it's not under the light side of the house, it's
okay.
under the water side of the
Fair
house.
point. The water side definitely has a lot more town
Right.
responsibilities.
Their enabling legislations are very similar for
Right.
those two departments.
I think that's right.
So the 23rd is the, this can be amended and added to,
Well, the way I've done things in the past or the way Littleton's done things in the past?
yes.
So, from what I understand, the way that Littleton has done things in the past is when the deadline ends, the deadline ends.
Yeah.
And so, as of the 16th, no additional articles can be placed on the warrant.
Right, that's the way.
Correct,
once it's
noon time
closed.
on the 16th.
Of September.
Yes, right. Here's a way around that. If you want to authorize yourselves individually to send in any articles before noon time on the 16th to be considered by the other members of the board, I can't see anyone arguing with me on that. Just saying. I think it's important for the board to be able to preserve its rights, to be able to put in articles up and until the warrant is printed. That's just my position, and that's the way I've typically done it. I'm trying to conform to the way that the town of Littleton has done it in respect to that process. But I also recognize this year, I'm very late coming into the game. I'm very new in this process and don't want to put the town in a precarious situation because I'm catching up on an issue.
If something should come up in the next few days, we could always post a meeting for the 16th.
Yep, absolutely. That's the better option, to be honest.
One thing, actually, looking at town bylaw amendment for business licenses, do you think we're gonna have any other bylaw amendments that we might wanna address?
Something we discussed earlier, which I know we're not in a position to do anything about, was looking at the task article while it's fresh in our mind, but we haven't had any conversations about that. About adjusting that. But we
Right.
probably ought not to lose. I'm not suggesting we should put that on now, but that ought to stay in.
And there's a few more that came up through the internship review of the policies and procedures.
You might want to look them over in the next few days and
Yeah.
see what you come up with.
Should we
I
agree?
mean, do we want to chunk these
Should we-
off a little bit? I mean, we've got a couple obvious ones right in front of us.
Well, I think Cindy's talking about items that are not.
But are we going to come up with a
Just
solution
as far as
between now and
potential
then?
bylaw, other bylaw amendments.
Should we just set a tentative meeting before so that I don't run astray from the procedures of Littleton if we're thinking of adding additional items, or you can add them tonight?
Well, I was
have a
just
thought
to
on
say,
that.
should we put a placeholder in tonight? Doesn't,
Yeah, well, we hadn't reached consensus on the 11th or the 12th for our goal-setting meeting, but if we did set that on the 16th, if it worked for everybody, then we would have the
Oh, so we're not meeting the 11th?
Oh, I don't, we hadn't come to a conclusion on
Unfortunately, I didn't
anything.
get
and now
confirmation.
Oh, okay.
And I was about to raise, well, at some point raise that, something came up for me and I wasn't, so.
Okay, so you can't do the 11th anyway, and Chuck couldn't do the 12th. You can't, somebody can't do the 12th, right?
I can't do the 12th either.
Okay.
Just screwing it all up.
But if we, so for that, if we use that reason to go to the 16th, is everyone around the 16th or not? Next Monday?
We have to have it in by noon.
Oh, well, look, we're trying to work with this thing. We're trying to.
I'm working with you.
Morning meeting on the 16th. Yes, it could be the spring, but, I don't know. Can you just put a placeholder in?
Depends on what, I mean, do you know, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. I mean, you have to have some definition to it.
No, well, what was the one, the task, the hiring policies and
Yeah, but that deserves some good discussion, and just putting it in there, we don't know what would we do with it, I mean.
All right. Yeah, you're right. It is, yeah, the ones that I'm thinking of are gonna warrant some discussion, so we'll table it for now.
All right.
So, do you want to put these on and meet on the 16th?
Well, if we're putting these on, we're not gonna add any, why do we meet on the 16th? Except for the purpose of the goal setting, right?
But if something comes up in the meantime, you could do that on the 16th.
Not according to the clerk.
No, because it'll be, unless we're meeting at 8 AM.
Noon where?
In my office.
Well, or to me, technically.
Noon in Nina's office is 6 hours
Noon
later.
in Nina's office, but petitions in my office.
That's right.
We should still meet to set goals. You haven't done that?
We do need to meet to set the goals.
I recognize, or remember that was one of the prospective dates you floated. I did initially seize on it, but I thought we might be meeting on the 11th, the 12th. If that's not happening, the 16th works on my schedule. I don't know about the rest of
Are you available the 16th?
Works for me. Sorry to muck everything up.
Joe, are you available the 16th?
and we're gonna try to meet somewhere else just to kind of create a different setting, mindset, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Yeah, that's what I usually recommend. I mean, there's a scenario if you wanted to meet here first and then go off-site, we could certainly do that. to
And
discuss-
offsite could even be the light and water. We did that
Yeah.
one time. I mean,
Right, fire department, whatever.
Fire department, right, we mentioned that. That's one we haven't tried yet. Various restaurants in
Oh.
town.
There you go.
What do we,
Chuck, you got, Chuck,
what do we have for dates?
16th.
16th.
We've got one date.
No, back to this.
What time of day? Are we gonna do it before noon?
Well, it'd have to be before noon if you think you might be getting a warrant article in.
I can't do
No,
anything.
I think we're looking at an
That's
evening
not
meeting
gonna
for
happen.
I can do
goals,
6
period,
a.m.
yeah.
So,
Anyone?
let's just shift,
Evening on the 16th.
since we're on the topic, let's just shift to the topic of goals. So what time on the 16th? Does that work for everyone?
Anytime after 5:30.
AM?
Chase,
Yeah.
time? 5:30 or later? Preference on 6 or something otherwise?
You know, man, I prefer later, but Chuck and I were here on time today, and it
Just
was
saying.
set at 5:30.
So call it 6?
Sure.
Like,
On the 16th, 6 PM.
Team, location to be determined.
yes.
All right, perfect.
Now, back to the first subject, do we insert the articles?
Yeah.
Well, we can insert them and,
You can insert them and then remove them on the 23rd.
but were you saying that we can,
I was being cute, and that cuteness is probably not going to be well received.
but if we vote on cuteness and we decide to throw any ideas at you and then you kind of vet them with the board, we can insert them and then we can remove them.
I mean,
Yeah, that's true. If individual members send in something that comes up during the week, and Nina runs it by the group, and there's no objection, and then, so it gets put on, and then the group ratifies it at the 23rd, the only thing we could do is remove it at that point.
I think we'd be in a tight spot because I'm trying to think very quickly on, I can't run an idea by the group outside of an open meeting. I can notify the group of an idea outside of an open meeting, but I can't get your approval or disapproval, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well,
Does anyone anticipate the need?
No.
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 Chuck?
I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to insert the following articles into the warrant for the October 28, 2019 special town meeting. Sorry, Chuck. Subject to approval as to form by town council, bills of prior years.
We've been kicking the can down the road for 5 years about taking care of some policies. There's a bunch of different things we've kind of.
I don't know what the.
But I don't, but I
That's
think,
my topic A and only topic for the group thing is this, the whole org chart policies, that whole thing.
But
And everything else,
honest-
everything else is in the pipeline
I
somewhere.
don't think we're gonna come to a consensus in time to get it on the warrant for town meeting.
I agree.
I think there's too many other things going on and too many discussions to have. We're not we've
We're making
have some
legitimate
great
progress.
information no, we really do have. When you see the information that came together, thanks to Jessica and working with Nina and I, we have a good base to move forward, to correct some of these things. We're not gonna get it done between now and town meeting.
Okay.
Okay, the motion was made.
Motion is made for the list. Okay.
Second?
Oh, but that list also includes, of course, the item that Paul mentioned.
Yeah, the sewer
Plus-
department one, yeah.
Plus all necessary sewer articles.
Right.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Agree with those. 9:30. Discuss retail marijuana process.
So at the last meeting, the discussion was that the board wished to finalize its decision on how to move forward on next steps after the applications are received. So there's as clear a process as possible, and everyone knows who's working on what, is my summary of that discussion. The topics that were raised were whether or not we'd have the marijuana working group continue to do evaluations, any other procedural matter that the board wants to bring up along those lines.
Gary brought up, and I thought it was on point, especially because I really agree with what Paul had said about this is not the most important thing we're doing. You know, essentially setting some date certain. We decide if they're, based on the ones in front of us, if they're thumbs up, great. They get to go forward with whatever it is they do with planning board and so on and so forth. If it's thumbs down, we're not evaluating additional applications until 3 months, 4 months. Those were the sort of numbers thrown out. But I thought that certainty made sense. I liked that certainty because it means that we're not just in this absurd revision loop.
Right. But the next step is to invite them to enter into HCA negotiations with us.
Well, that's what I mean. So
Yeah.
once whoever, we set the 13th as an application
Right.
deadline, right? So anybody who's applied by the 13th, we're going to finalize that. And then whatever we do with them, if
Oh,
they're
I see
up,
what you're saying.
great, they go forward. If it's down, see in 3 months, 4 months, 6 months.
I think the only distinction may be between those that have already been vetted once
Right.
and those that, you know, prospectively completely new, in which case those folks would have to go back and,
Right.
you know, and go through the
Tap dance.
same
Yeah, exactly.
review process.
Yeah.
So I guess the first thing that I'd like to finalize then is when we would receive new applications, presuming all the applications we receive by September 13th are, we don't fill our allotment of licenses by September 13th, when would we take this up again? 3 months, 4 months, 6 months?
What
Something.
was that date, April 29th was that deadline initially?
April 25th,
You think?
at 5 p.m.
So. 4 months later.
4 months has a nice ring to it. It gets us past the new year from now.
From the, I mean, I'd say 3 to 4 months, I guess, if we're gonna operate that way.
I just think it keeps us out of the, like, okay, what's the next application to come forward? And so, you know, so we can consider applications and.
So get out of the idea that we're gonna do a rolling application process if we don't end up.
Oh, I think it is rolling. It's just rolling with certain action point where we have to pay acute attention. Anyone is welcome to submit between September 14th and whatever.
Yeah, just, it flies in the face of every other economic development and business opportunity that we have. You know, is it a legitimate business opportunity for people to apply for a license, or isn't it? You know, if someone wanted to come in and open up a pottery shop, it required certain licensing, or a childcare facility, daycare. If we had granted licenses for those on every 4-month basis, I don't know, from an economic development standpoint, I don't think it's.
But there are not finite numbers of licenses for daycare facilities.
Good point.
And so the point of doing it on a defined basis is that they're largely zero sum, right? If we had 5 applications, we can't give out 5 licenses. So we would want to see 5 applications side by side.
But we only have finite on the retail side.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's what I'm talking about, on the retail side.
Yeah, but for the other licenses, it's really just a rolling basis.
It is truly rolling in
Yeah,
that case, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should be
Yeah,
much more
just-
clear.
yeah.
I was only talking about the
Yeah, I was
recreational retail.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that.
So do you want to propose a date, 4 months?
I would say 4 months, so that would put us January 17th?
Okay. That sounds good.
No?
I'm not gonna die on the hill for it.
No, okay.
And it might, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, but it might be a moot point anyways.
It may well be a moot point, right, if we
After the 13th.
decide to award
Right, yeah, so,
2, and so be it.
right.
So do we need a motion for that?
I mean, if
Yes,
you'd like
probably.
to set it, then certainly.
Good. We gotta get done this.
I just wonder, any new applicants that come in, are they still going to have to come in, go through the same process that the ones who have come before have? So if someone comes in on the 13th, someone submits their application on the 13th, obviously they haven't been vetted by the working group
They will be.
on the 13th?
No, but we're not meeting again until the 23rd, between the 13th and the 23rd. That process will take place, right?
That was my understanding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So your understanding? You in for another go?
I'm in for another go.
Good answer, Anna.
Where do we, first, do we want this motion on the 17th?
Sure.
Okay. I move that the Board of Selectmen accept or review all applications for retail cannabis license received after September 13th, 2019 on January 17th, 2020.
Second.
Moved in second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Licenses, the applications, revised applications that we have received, where are we at with those? Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4,
At this point in time, we have received officially 1.
officially 1? Okay.
One retail, but also one testing lab.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was just thinking of retail.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you brought up retail, well, I'm sorry, I'm glad you brought up lab, because the question is whether this process is for the same for retail as it is for lab, as it is for manufacturing, et cetera.
We've been treating it that way.
So if I'm hearing the board correctly, after noon on the 13th, all applications received, whether retail, lab, or other form, go to the marijuana working group for their review, and then come back to the board for a recommendation?
Unless they've already been before the board. If they've already been before the board, then we'll decide at that time.
We'll still review, I think, won't we?
The working group, the second time around?
Well, what if there's significant changes? What if someone that already submitted changes their location, or?
Right, it might prompt new questions. I think it's kind of dependent on what the proposal looks like, but,
I think we may review it and say, still looks good. I think
Okay.
it may be as simple as
You still
that.
want to bring it back to the working group, even if they've been before us already?
but if they've material changed it, sure.
Okay,
you know.
all right.
Yeah.
No,
I think it would be reasonable
whatever
for
you
the
guys wanna
working
do.
group to say,
Okay,
we're not changing, yeah.
yeah. the burden is higher on the other ones.
And it doesn't really delay the process because we're still meeting, we'll have that done by the 23rd anyways. Okay.
And in terms of recommendation, one man's opinion, I'd prefer to get a score that doesn't come down to, or what, I'd prefer not to have a score. I'd like to have a review of each.
Recommendation.
Yeah, rather than I can read between the lines and tell you, I'd rather know what you mean and reach a different conclusion than see your recommendation and be against it. And I think for the purposes of the process here, if the committee comes in the door with recommendations and the board decides otherwise, we're just inviting somebody to say, how come you went against your recommendation, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to avoid that. We got a whiff of that last time around, based on the score sheet. I think there's just, if you can have a different way of conveying that same information to us in kind of an assessment report that doesn't.
Well, so just for an example, there was some concerns expressed with certain applications, right? If they've been resubmitted, the working group can reassess whether those concerns have been mitigated, and then just say, yep.
Yeah, I'm all for that, but I'm just saying.
Back to the board, like, I don't think it needs to be in as.
There was
depth as it was.
in the numerical stuff, I think that just comes back to bite us. If it's, it's like, why is this only a 9 and that one's a 7? And when you said here, huh?
We didn't do that.
Oh, yeah, there was.
No,
the
it
school.
was basically a thumbs up.
So, anyone have a copy of it here? There's a,
It was,
Remember what the designations?
Satisfactory.
Meets all.
right.
yeah.
Yes,
I don't.
right. Well, then, all right, it's not numbers, but it's multiple choice things, and it's,
Too complicated.
it's subjective by nature, and yet somebody's gonna say, how come this one, was exactly the same as the other one, and it gets an unsatisfactory here, and a satisfactory there. I'd prefer staying away from those black and white ways of reducing the proposal down, rather than just a verbal assessment of, strong in these areas, weak in these areas, needs improvement, we're not, not comfortable with this part of it. That kind of review, I would.
You would prefer that?
Yeah, rather than advantageous, not advantageous. I just hate that kind of stuff, period. But
Okay.
What's the rest of the board feel about that?
that's one man's opinion.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
I didn't object to the way it was done. I thought that still preserved our agency, but that's all I really care about. That the ultimate decision rests with the 5 of us.
Right.
And whatever approach preserves our ability to do that.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
How's that for a
So,
non-answer?
Yeah, do what you want.
That was
sounds like.
perfect. That was awesome. I'm like, what did he just say? Sounds good to me.
So, and then, subject to, assuming no unforeseen circumstances, then we would be looking to discuss the subject at the meeting of the 23rd.
Well, discuss the subject or conduct the interviews. Weren't we looking to conduct the interviews?
Yeah, I'd rather finish it on the 23rd.
Yeah,
the hell?
yeah, exactly.
So would it be to
Let's
bring in?
get this water torture over with,
Would it be to bring in each, and perhaps I missed this, but would it be to bring in each applicant, even if they are one that has already come before the board? And I remember the discussion a moment ago about, I didn't know if that was related to the marijuana working group, or if that's related to the board, bringing in the applicants.
So the vote, so the marijuana working group, if they say
Should go forward.
should go forward, they come before the board, then we need to vote whether to enter into host community agreement, HCA negotiations with them.
So does it include a meeting with that firm on the night of the 23rd?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Just like the last ones, and if we have, in this case, we could have the same 2, we could have a different 2, we could have more than 2, it's just, but it's still, there should be the same interview process, and,
Right.
and, if we have more than 2, then it changes our dynamic about how we address we have 2 licenses to hand out, but we discussed that at the time. Yeah, we can handle it.
So in the scenario, just one more time, make sure I understand. In the scenario, we receive 5 applications, because we're talking about retail alone when we talk about our limits for 2, I think. In the scenario we've received 5, the marijuana working group looks at 5 of them, doesn't feel that 2 are qualified, they move 3 forward, and that's the information that the board gets, and that's what's scheduled for the meeting of the 23rd.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
And I would think they need to, if you're knocking 2 out of the process, just to protect ourselves, you need to put down why, I mean,
Okay.
right?
Right.
For the future lawsuit that's bound to come from somebody, somewhere.
We do need to go back to item 11 for a quick second, just in case. Do we have anything expected for Brown property? No. Back to 13.
Wait, I have a
Mr.
very
Chair.
quick question. About, it's a yes or no question.
Go ahead. Maybe.
Are all 5 of you gonna be here on the 23rd, and are 5 of you
Making a
gonna be able
plan,
to
and I'm
vote?
taking a course, but I'm still gonna miss the course to be here for that.
Thank you.
Just for you.
Are you all gonna be able to vote?
That's 2 questions.
Well played.
Touche. But last time, select woman, Napoli had to recuse herself even though,
On one of them.
on one, but she had to recuse herself on both.
At the Vice of Town Council.
At advice of town council, and it was interesting from my point of view because we weren't in competition. So I'm not sure how her discussion of, there was obviously a reason to recuse yourself from from discussion of one proposal, but not from the other. So I was just asking if.
I think we'll kind of cross that bridge when we come to
Yeah,
that.
right.
Who knows what the applicant pool is gonna look like? Any one of us could be conflicted and,
Yeah.
whatever. Or maybe none of us.
Right.
I'm hoping, Christine, that I will be part of the discussion.
Thank
I
you.
won't have to recuse myself.
And,
Great.
thank you.
Right, 13?
Nina wants to go back to 11, I think, so, right?
No, we went back, we came back forward, we're good, yeah, it was
I
quick.
thought Christine interrupted us.
No, we did it before Christine had asked her question.
I'm making friends all over the place tonight. 10:19, we're 4 minutes
You
late.
handled it well.
So 13, vacant positions. At the last meeting, the board wanted to discuss the interview team and process for the assistant town administrator. And we also wanted to follow up and further our discussions on the building commissioner and facilities director position. So assistant town administrator, just starting with that, we can go in any order. Just to put pen to paper, come up with some suggestions. I thought maybe 1 to 2 members of the Board of Selectmen would be interested in participating in the interview team.
Who else would be in the team?
I would like to incorporate some staff. Finance director is somebody who I would look to ask. This position wouldn't be supervising, though, it's not, I haven't been shy from including individuals who would be supervised by someone in the future. I know that there's feelings that may not be. I've heard at least one comment that may not be the best approach. I think it's a good approach because it incorporates agreement or an understanding in advance of what's expected of that person and what, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit caught off guard. Looks like there's conversation in the audience, I apologize. So, let me start again. It's important to me throughout the interview process that we have a group of people who come from different ideas and different perspectives so that we can make the best decision. In the end, the decision is mine and the board's, ultimately. It's not anyone else who's in the room that's not a board member or the town administrator. So incorporating staff into those interview teams is a practice I have been successful with, because in the end, it's my decision, not the staff member's decision. So in this case, I'd like to incorporate it would be a combination of either the finance director and perhaps another member that's a high-level department head, just to have some difference of opinion. I really haven't formulated who the other person at this point in time would be, and quite frankly, I'd be open to suggestions, but I think it's meaningful and helpful to have staff as part of the process, as I go through my process and have done so historically.
We don't have a bylaw that dictates to this position, correct?
No, well, it's off my, personally, I didn't really like the fact that in our hiring process for the finance director, a very important position, two people that would be answering to that person were part of the hiring team. That's just, fundamentally wrong. But if I'll defer to you as to what employees to choose. I would think you'd want to get folks who've been around and have some experience in the building rather than the finance director who's been here a little over a month. Since this is a topic that is actually my primary topic for the goals discussion, I'm not going to suggest any changes in the descriptions you got here, other than just to put out and say what I'm going to pitch during that process may well affect some of these positions. I'm okay with what you're doing here if what you're looking, for the time being, I know you need to fill these two positions, but I think at a bare minimum that these are so close to, they're department head levels, and they're either positions that historically used to answer directly to the selectmen or work with us in a very close manner, that I think a couple of selectmen ought to be a part of each of these hiring processes. And whoever else you want to add, that's fine with me, but I think the board ought to have a greater role in that, not a lesser role.
And you proposed that, didn't you?
Yeah,
Did
I
you
mean,
say
at this point, I'm not sure if Paul is referring to the building and facilities positions or all the positions.
Well, there's two here tonight, right?
Yeah.
Assistant TA,
ATA.
yeah.
ATA, building, and then facilities,
Go
depending
forward
upon
this-
how far
yeah,
we're.
all right. Well, if
right.
you're gonna go forward with
So-
that too, then in each of those cases, your decision to include other employees is fine. I just think more board members ought to be part of the process. And, I'll reserve any other comments on restructuring until if there's any appetite for that down the road. But we need to move the ball forward, I get it. You need to fill these positions, that's fine.
Right. So, building on Paul's comment about having people that report to that individual, part of that interview process, I agree. I don't think that is the best practice. But I do like the idea of having someone that has been involved in the town and has been around for a while and is familiar with the community and the workings of the department. I think that is a good idea, aside from having two board members. So one of the things that I was gonna say, and I don't know if this is not too awkward, but maybe having someone like Diane, like the town clerk, an elected official, be part of that process, consider somebody in that role that's more of a outward position, but still involved enough in the town and the departments and the workings to be able to add something to that process, so, interesting.
Independent of our, our organizational pyramid.
Right, thank you.
Speaking of independence, your recommendation here, Nina, is, while the position is intended to be part of the finance team, I would also welcome one member of the finance committee. Is that, Gary Wilson is remarkably valuable in that regard, given that he has professional expertise. I
agree.
I think we could either consider specifically inviting Gary, or we could leave it up to the finance
Or
committee.
the personnel board.
Well, and that's the beauty of Gary, is that if you're willing to entertain someone from the finance committee, you can do
Yeah, it's like.
much worse than Gary, because he's on personnel, he's on FinCom, and he's got professional expertise here. And he went through the TA selection process, which
Right.
I think we all learned a lot from too, so.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion.
I don't know if we want to ask Gary, or we wanna ask FinCom, or we want to tell Gary. Maybe we just tell Gary, congratulations.
All of our phones blowing up right now.
Yeah, right.
He's streaming.
He's in Washington, he's not watching.
He's streaming.
Oh, he's streaming?
He's at the Bourbon Bar.
Oh, of course he is.
Sorry, buddy.
Wish we were.
Do you want to form that now? You just want to do
Well, it would be,
want a suggestion?
I think, certainly to the extent that the board wants to make its selection amongst itself, that's something that should be decided. If the board has a recommendation on finance committee or otherwise, I'd be glad to take that. I think my perspective with finance incorporated here was kind of that outward-facing piece. I'd like the opportunity to give some thought further to the department heads that I would incorporate. In part, the goal here is for me to come up with my best recommendation. And I would love your support in doing that, and I would love the support, quite frankly, of Gary in doing that. And I need to give some thought in the organization as to who is going to bring an interesting perspective to this process in particular, from either a staffing perspective or another appointed board or committee that I'd like to give more thought to, because they may not be related, but the person's contribution may be important in the entire process. So I don't want to make.
Building commissioner, you might want to consider ZBA, who that position interacts with, or the historic commission members, thinking outside of the box a little
Sure,
bit.
yeah, absolutely.
Right, and assistant town administrator, you can go in many different directions. So you could get somebody out of the school department, Gino. But I would like to emphasize, I know you make this point with the ATA position, 1 or 2 selectmen. I think we should, I'd like to see 2 selectmen in each team, and we've already got Cindy and Chuck working on the building commissioner facilities part.
Quick to throw us under the bus.
Well, I'm just saying, you're already in that,
Yeah,
that
then
realm.
you should be in the,
I'd like to be. Frankly, I'd like to be. Yeah, I haven't had a role in one of these things in a while.
So
Okay,
is there
so-
identified individuals for the ATA position?
I'm interested.
I think it's very much the chair's prerogative. I think if you want to be involved, Joe, you very much should.
Oh,
boom.
I gotta work with him again? Jeez.
again?
Well,
We're doing this by age?
Okay, so that's decided. Do you have a recommendation on how we should go about the finance committee?
Yeah, put Gary down.
Anyone oppose that?
right now.
Scary.
Second.
There's process and then there's just practicality. Let's just
Right.
get on with it, practicality.
Okay, and so I guess we're moving on to before we move on, what are the expectations of the board? And I'm not sure how many we can meet, given the open meeting law. There were comments in the past about not having seen information or otherwise from the finance director position. At the time, I wasn't aware that there was an expectation, but perhaps it's important for me to ask that question now. Is there any expectation that I can try to meet within the confines of the open meeting law on how we move forward with a recommendation? I mean, the goal here would be to identify a candidate. One candidate would be coming before the board. There would be a scenario where there would be multiple candidates.
Well, why not? What if the group says, we got 2 good candidates here, let the board decide? Why not, why not leave it open that way?
Well, with all due respect, this is a appointment of the town administrator, and how can I make an appointment with 2 people? I'd basically be telling both people that, you are both my appointments, but that would be like saying.
What's our
I've got
role here
one-
again, if it's your appointment?
The town bylaws established that this was an appointment long before I arrived, and
Well, I guess
at this
I-
point, it says that the board ratifies my appointment, and it should you so desire.
Does it say that though, Nee? I don't think it says that.
Yes, it's the assistant town administrator is the appointment of the town administrator, subject to ratification by the Board of Selectmen.
But in that vein, I'm comfortable with having, speaking of the ATA especially, comfortable with having Paul and Joe represent me in that selection process. And wouldn't get too bent out of shape if there was a single consensus choice, single consensus opinion of a candidate.
But what we're hearing is while we play a role in that process, we don't really have any say in it.
I don't see a scenario where you don't have say in it, and Joe participated in the finance director
All right, well, there's
selection.
one way to find out.
There was a lot
Let's
of
do it.
consensus.
All right, let's do it. There's one way to find out. Let's do it.
I mean, I can't be certain that we're all gonna come out with the same candidate. How can any of us be certain of that at this time? But certainly, we can do our best to discuss the issues, talk about strengths and weaknesses, and decide upon what we
agree.
individually think is the best candidate.
Right.
Right,
Carry on.
yeah, yeah.
So the next item is the building commissioner position. We have made some additional modifications to the job description based on a number of conversations and a lot of time and effort by Cindy and Chuck. Thank you. At this point, I don't know if Cindy, Chuck, you have any additional comments? I have a number of different
10:30?
notes from.
Yeah. Holy mackerel.
And Cindy and Chuck, I don't know if we all ended up.
Same place?
Yeah, in the same place every time. We don't necessarily always find ourselves there.
All right, let me see right here.
Did we consult with,
You don't have to.
with our former building inspector at
Do I
all?
have to say
I'm
something?
sorry?
You don't have
Did we consult with our former building inspector to get his viewpoint?
I did speak with him, yes.
Okay. How did Chuck or Cindy?
Chuck did place call to him, and they were not able to connect.
Before he and I connected, Nina and he sat down and discussed the process and what he felt the position should entail. And then Nina
Relayed the
relayed the
information.
information to
I
us.
just wanted to make sure after 30 years of service, we
We
certainly took
did.
advice.
He, yeah, I mean, I reached out to him, we weren't able to connect. Like I said, subsequently, he and Nina sat down and had that conversation.
So I have a question about why the building commissioner's zoning enforcement officer job description puts the conservation agent underneath that position, but not Marin.
Simply because of the MOUs that are written today. I would be the simplest answer.
Okay.
Any further modification to that would require discussion with, in my opinion, the planning board and development, and could certainly be done at a different date.
Okay. The reason that I ask that is that it makes sense to me to have either none of those under this job description or all of them. You know, if what we're trying to do is consolidate the functions and potentially drive a certain amount of interdepartmental communication, I would like to see them both underneath that.
And that's, amen, that's why I stipulated myself earlier that I would prefer to see some bigger picture structural changes that may well affect some of these specific positions. But in the interest of moving this forward, I'm happy with the language as is, but, I want it to be noted that when we start looking at org chart and reporting responsibilities, all that stuff should be on the table, and whether it's a bylaw that needs to be changed or an MOU that needs to be revisited, fine, but I don't think we're in a position to do that right here and now. Otherwise, I'd be with you right now, too.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah.
So we had that conversation, we talked about, and we had this position that was.
What you can do and what you can't do.
Exactly, and what we did discuss is putting in the job description, the posting, someone that's willing to grow into a director type role, or, we wanted to try to solicit some candidates that aren't just looking to do inspections, they're looking to be part of the administration, to grow into, like, I think we specifically said, grow into a director type position.
Yeah.
I really like the lessons that you guys put in the recommended minimum qualifications, demonstrated experience. Experience with implementing, administering, planning, and land management matters. Like, I thought that was a comprehensive and substantive addition. It's on page 3.
Oh, your facilities.
Well, what one should I be?
The one prior.
Oh, the one prior, gotcha.
Right here.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Yeah, not specifically calling out that that is a requirement, but it's a plus.
But, yeah,
Would
but,
like-
but we would like that.
Yeah.
Adding the role as the town's ADA coordinator, is no one designated as the ADA coordinator, or is that moving from someone else to this role?
Keith used to be.
Oh, okay.
and so
Moving.
now Nina is.
Moving, very good.
So it's always been the town administrator.
Okay.
So we have a disabilities commission, which, so there's 4 of us right now that are on that commission, but we have to have a the ADA, which is designated.
Would
So
that be-
usually it's the town administrator, so that they're supposed to go to specialized meetings and things
Or designate.
that,
Yeah.
designation.
And I've seen it could be the building commissioner on a number of different things.
And
Disability
based upon building code and that kind of thing, they probably have a far better understanding of compliance
Yeah,
than
yeah.
Nina or Keith or,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it makes more sense for a building commissioner to be designated that.
Yeah.
Just, they fall under that, and because we are AAB in Massachusetts, Keith never would have, no offense to Keith, he never would have known that. But those are the rules in Massachusetts, so. it
Roland
just-
or some other building commissioner
Yeah,
in all
building,
likelihood.
yeah, building commissioners in Massachusetts would all know that,
Yeah.
so, for them to be that designee would make a lot more sense.
I think it makes good sense. And especially if the Disability Commission, or at least you,
Yeah.
unofficially speaking on behalf of the Disability Commission.
Well, I'm the chairman of the Disability Commission, so, yeah, so we always connected with Roland, for different things, and he would come to our meetings, and so, I mean, we wouldn't go to Nina and ask her to come to the commission, we'd ask him to come and talk with us, so.
But I'd like to come at some point. Yes, that's good. Sounds good.
So this is our crack at it, guys. So we did look at organizationally, like maybe we roll facilities in, building commissioner, director of land use. Like, we came up with a bunch of different names. Community development director. Nina made a good point that with the building commissioner position and those different reports are more regulatory. Whereas with the facilities manager, it's more
Yeah.
an internal thing versus external. So there was
Yeah,
some thought
I-
about trying to incorporate these all into one, but I think it's more than one position.
I think that the other one could have worked, but the regulatory positions are much more intuitive. That's the natural association.
Yeah, I think so.
I just hate to have the facilities person just be out on an island, you know? You gotta, it's almost begs to be put somewhere.
Does it make sense to have that person report? Currently, the ATA has no one that, strictly speaking, reports to the ATA, is that right?
No, the building commissioner, finance director, LCTV director.
To the ATA?
Oh, they all go through the ATA?
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you said
Oh.
town administrator.
No, to the ATA.
No one is
Direct
slated
report.
at this point in time to go to and report to the ATA. The way we modified the job was that the ATA would be essentially projects, procurement, and human resources, and wouldn't have day-to-day supervision responsibility except when assigned by the town administrator.
Does it make, oh, sorry.
I just had a stray thought. How about, the guy who's in charge of the roads up to buildings also be in charge of the buildings at the end of the driveway, you know?
I guess that's what I was thinking. Should the facilities manager report to the ATA?
No,
Oh.
I'm describing Chris.
So here's what the that is Chuck, Cindy, and I did not spend a significant amount of time discussing the facilities director because we were putting our focus, and correct me, Chuck and Cindy, if you think I'm wrong, we were putting our focus on the, not to say that they're not both time sensitive, but the one that's really very sensitive in terms of time, the building commissioner position. My thought on the facilities director position, and I would like to hear everyone's, but again, with the caveat that we really haven't spent a lot of time on it yet, is it would be very good to be able to create this position, build it in a way that we know it's going to be sustainable, and then reorganize it potentially at a future date. And the reason I say that is because if the goal is to have two masters, one on the town side, one on the school side, there needs to be a very delicate process in the initial stages of that in order to make sure that it's successful.
That was our biggest hurdle.
And so I actually think Chris Stoddard would be a great place. Haven't discussed it with him.
I'm with you on by your logic. In the end, you may well end up there too, because Chris is also, through the parks, responsible for some interaction with the schools on the grounds, you know, and then that sort of thing, so, and then for any kind of projects that move beyond maintenance into, you know, we're always calling him in for his opinion on sidewalking projects and you name it, but if your judgment is in the short term, it ought to be, a direct report to your position until you get the thing running right. That makes sense to me. Was that your guys' opinion on it too, or not?
Well, it's difficult because that individual is in fact the slave's two masters. They've got a number of buildings that are under the care, custody, control of the school department. And then there's a bunch of buildings that the care, custody, control of the town. So it's like, who's paying their salary? It's you know, you talk about splitting the baby again.
Right.
I think that's why I think it is important at the beginning to at least follow the town administrator.
You had a conversation with Kelly or Steve Mark or somebody on that?
I have really not had any material conversations. When Superintendent Kelly and Mike Fontanello were meeting with me on the budget, the subject came up. I just mentioned that briefly. We didn't discuss it in any meaningful capacity. I didn't necessarily agree to agreement or disagreement with them. I just said, you know, it would be nice if the superintendent and I were responsible for that position, so we could form a triangle of communication, a triangle of establishing this position, and then potentially delegate it in the future.
I think it makes sense.
So although we've backburned this and kicked this down the road for 2.5 years now, or more.
Oh, longer.
Yeah.
It's been out there for a while.
Right. I think it's important for us to act now on the commissioner position, whatever we call it. Community development, land use, yada, yada, yada. And obviously the ATA we took care of. So I would say that that's what we should be focused on tonight. And then I think it requires additional conversations relative to
For the
facilities.
facility? I'm okay
I
with
mean,
that too.
if the board wants to attack that right now and I
Well,
just don't think it's that easy.
perhaps maybe the next time we discuss it, we do so in a joint meeting with the school committee, just to underscore, you know, that it's a jointly responsible position, so that they're comfortable. If it ends up being under your administration, you know, let's have them in the room nodding their heads, yeah, we're okay with that, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Probably could have done that earlier tonight if we had enough on our agenda.
Right. But I
guess
agree with that.
I think that there's two approaches. No objection to the approach you mentioned, Paul. You know, sometimes it's a little easier to go about it in a way with a smaller group and then come back to the larger group. Sometimes it's just as efficient to have a larger group. I proposed a smaller group, it doesn't, tomato, I think, in this situation.
Oh, we've got a school committee member still sitting right here.
I think she just volunteered.
Well, I think it make more sense to have Nina go out and talk to Kelly.
Well, and I think it would be good to have at least one or two
Run him
members
the
of the
options by,
board.
ask him whether he thinks it would be, you know, whether he would rather handle it that level, or whether or not the board would appreciate coming in or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Didn't you have their contact? He's involved, the school department's involved, and
if they want to come in and talk about it, they can, otherwise you guys sort out the details.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so if he brings someone into the conversation, I'll just bring someone into the
I would
conversation.
imagine he will bring Steve Mark into the conversation.
Yeah, good point. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, all right.
All right.
Go from there. So I guess, are we at the point where we might be ready to vote the building commissioner, zoning enforcement officer as amended?
I think we are. One thing Chuck opened the door to, what we call this position. I prefer this hyphenated type position. I think it makes it clear to both applicants and to the community who this is, rather than calling them a community development director. That's is a little squishy and ambiguous for my taste. I think this makes it very clear, and it'll also, I think, make sure that we get the right flavor of applicant.
And prospective applicants will look at the job description and see that it has a bigger portfolio than just the building commissioner.
Is there any other squishy word you want to put around it? You don't want, probably don't want to use the word director, because we don't use that, right?
Just to signify that it's
little more
not
beefy.
just the technical role of building
Exactly.
commissioner,
Right.
it's also a
Land
management level.
management, and, yeah.
But at this point in time, it's not presented that way that it is actually land management. It's
Right.
presented in a way that it would be building commissioner, and, oh, by the way, it's great if you have additional experience. And that's really all it says.
I just leave it the way it is in the motion.
Yeah, building commissioner / zoning enforcement officer.
Do we want the building commissioner?
That's what it says in the motion.
That's just, the motion can be changed, though. I think I'd change the word officer then, if we're gonna leave it kind of like that, because we have Shelley does zoning enforcement, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
But she's the assistant zoning enforcement officer, and I don't know what our zoning bylaws say and whether they refer to a zoning enforcement officer. We can check that before we make a final decision, but I would want to check that before we modify that terminology. I understand what,
I'm just trying to.
I understand.
Make it all bold.
I understand. I want to
Let's
try to
put
be
this
as
out
clear as
as is,
possible.
see what we
Right.
get in terms of applicants, and then.
That's right. The pool of applicants will help tell us whether or not we got it right or not. That's oftentimes how that works.
So I'll move that the Board of
Well,
Selectmen.
just real quick.
Yep.
What if we did building / zoning enforcement commissioner? Is that, you just need to reference the bylaw?
Building what?
Building / zoning enforcement commissioner. Just put commissioner on, get rid of the word officer.
So building commissioner is an actual license.
All right, go.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
It's just not natural. I just,
It's in the law, right? I mean, that part of it.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to support the posting of the building commissioner / zoning
still
enforcement
corporate building
officer
commissioner.
as amended, subject to
Still
review
say
of the
building
grade by the Personnel Board.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Move that the Board of Selectmen
You
approve.
don't need that one. I don't know. Well, unless the board wants to do it.
So,
That was the facilities piece.
Sorry.
No problem.
right.
If you just let it go, we probably would have gotten a second and a vote here.
So just one
What do we
note.
vote on?
I noticed a typographical issue in the document. It says procurement officer, coordinator.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
supposed to
one
be-
you're gonna bring back to us, right, with the structure you want, so.
Sorry, I was talking about the building commissioner. It references a assistant zoning officer / procurement coordinator. It should say permit coordinator, so just a typo
Sick.
on the job description itself.
Done.
Gotcha,
As in thus.
that's fine.
As amended.
So we'll skip over that one until you come back to us with specific recommendations.
Okay. Under item 14,
Team, we're moving right along.
Town Administrator, I think 3 housekeeping items in essence, and then 1 update, actually possibly 2 updates.
You guys got this?
The first housekeeping item is to ratify the reserve fund transfer for an internal control audit that was shared with the board and then forwarded to the Finance Committee at their August 20th meeting.
Need a motion?
Yes, please.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to ratify the reserve fund transfer request approved by the Finance Committee on August 20, 2019 for an internal control audit in the amount of $14,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. And the practice going forward, will be to get the vote in advance?
Sure, and now that I understand that that's the practice going forward, absolutely. Now, one thing for my clarification, is that for any and all reserve fund transfers that go to the finance committee? Or, I mean, where should the line be drawn? You know, if an elected board is going for a reserve fund transfer, I can't imagine that has to come to the board.
Not the ones that are independent of us, no, but anything that's under the, basically under us, under you.
Okay, okay.
So even police, fire, highway, they all come up through us, so those would have to come to us before they go to the finance committee. But there are other folks that are independent and don't.
Okay.
But, right, Parks and Rec needs
School,
something, yeah.
library, they're on their own. Yeah.
Okay. LELWD.
Right.
Board of Health, technically.
Right.
Okay.
Planning board, technically.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Next item that I jumped
did you
over.
skip over B?
I'm just skipping and skipping and skipping, apparently. Emergency Management Planning Grant for a light tower. The fire department received a grant, and based on the timing, it was something that needed to be executed based on their deadlines. So I'm asking that the board retroactively authorize me to execute the grant. It was in the amount of just under $10,000.
Move, board, vote, do we get that up there? Yes. Vote to retroactively authorize the town administrator to execute a $90,779 grant agreement with Commonwealth of Mass for a light tower.
Second.
You were asleep at the switch over there, Chase.
Well, I didn't know if there was some discussion associated with it, so.
And I didn't care.
Motion's been made and seconded.
Truth and advertising.
All those in favor?
Aye. Should I just jump right in?
Right.
See, I
Yeah,
got-
don't let Nina give us the background.
Yeah,
Just read
right.
it.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what to do here. That we received a Green Communities grant in the amount of $238,000 in working with the existing budget. We have $20,000 in an available line item, and the school department is prepared to address the just under $10,000 additional cost because it wasn't fully funded. So at this point, it's just a request to enter into the grant agreement and move forward, and the school department will execute its projects.
I just
in
want to
full
see
scope.
at the bottom of their budget, a little minus $269 line item associated with this grant.
Well, perhaps.
Wait, you don't think we're gonna see that, Paul?
Perhaps the fairer piece would be, there is a projected savings in the amount of $53,000 annually.
Okay, I'll take that. I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to authorize the town administrator to execute a $238,269 grant agreement with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through the Department of Energy Resources Green Communities Division for multiple school energy improvement projects.
Second.
Hey, bunch of seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Moving to second, all those in favor?
Late.
So last, under this item that's written, and I have one more after that, the Cooper Farmhouse update. Just wanted to loop back with the board, something we had discussed in the goal-setting session, trying to figure out where the deed was for that. Based on extensive work by Diane Dickerson, we did find the deed, and at this point, we are, based on just general conversation, we're moving this forward to the planning board at their October 3rd meeting, after having reviewed the details of the past with Cindy and Joe on what the board voted and what the next steps should be. There's a question on whether or not the planning board will accept the stipulation that that the Cooper House Farm will actually serve as one affordable unit. And so the planning board needs to discuss that subject. Does anyone anticipate being there? Shall I, my main question is there gonna be a quorum? Shall I post a meeting?
I won't be there, I can say that.
It's just Thursday.
It's October 3rd.
It's a Wednesday.
Would you guys move your meeting, your normal meeting date to Wednesday, or is it, or?
Well, we moved them so the chair, Ed, could be there.
His new job, he works Thursdays?
Sorry?
His new job, he has to work on Thursdays?
Yeah.
October 3rd, you said, Nina?
Yes.
That's the next planning board meeting.
No, it's the Wednesday, whatever the Wednesday is.
That's
October
actually
second.
Thursday.
Second.
Yeah, go with the second.
It is the
Okay.
second.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, I have it in my phone, correct? So I've got two can't attend. If one more says they can't attend, then.
I don't think I can attend, but,
But I think we can,
I can always
we
post
just
it.
can't deliberate.
right,
Correct.
if, oh, wait.
There'll be snacks.
I know.
Maybe I can be there.
We do anything to entice people.
Well, I can always post it on the safe side if that's what you'd like me to do. Okay. The last item that's not on here that came up late this afternoon is the project for space needs, and Cindy and Chuck, jump in anytime you like, but the project for space needs, and specifically the architect is looking to go to the DCU building tomorrow, conduct an interior and exterior inspection. The property contact, Mr. John McLaughlin, has identified a number of conditions in allowing us to access the DCU building. And one of those conditions is that we produce any and all reports developed as part of the town's process, and we provide a copy to them. And so I'm not really in a position to make that commitment without the board's approval. I don't know if Mr. McLaughlin would give us permission to go to that site without that confirmation. In fact, we went back and forth on a number of different emails that both Chuck and Cindy were on, and
Can you give me an example of something that we would produce that wouldn't otherwise be a public record?
so, the other piece to his stipulation was that the town maintain in strict confidence any of the documents that it generates as part of this process. I think the individual is concerned that, there be any type of possibility that information generated puts them at a disadvantage while they've been trying to work with the town on a potential sale. Now, we shared with Mr. McLaughlin that we can't guarantee, but that we could do our best to maintain documents in confidence. But we are, at some point, could be subject to a law that is not going to bind us, and we may have to release documentation.
Let's say that the architect went in there and thought there was a structural problem. That was in the report. And we decided, we're not gonna move forward, but if that's a public document now, it could hinder his ability to sell the property. I'm completely just swagging it, but.
That's probably exactly what he's concerned about.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. But I mean, it's, we've been in there a number of times.
Right. He hasn't been a problem.
There's never been a problem. I think he's at the point now where he's like, guys,
Yeah,
you've been in here a number of
he's been
times.
so good to the
He
town,
really
he
has. So
hasn't-
I kind of told him, my response was just whatever we need to do, just.
But I don't know how we comply with that, though. I guess that's what I don't.
Unreal expectation.
Nina
we've
said to the
done
best
is-
of our ability.
yeah, to the
That's what
best
she,
of-
that's how
what-
she replied.
Right, as far as the
We'll do it to the best of our ability.
I'm fine with
being
committing to that,
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to advertise
Well,
it, but it is, to the
during the
extent
length-
they're public records.
It's,
they should
well, it's
be
a public, it's private to the extent, during the period we're going through any negotiation, right? I mean, anything
Oh, that's
during
true,
that
too.
time period,
That's a
so.
good point.
That is where Tom feels we can rest on the subject, but beyond that period, there opens a door potentially, and hopefully everyone respects that, the privacy of that property, owner.
I would say that,
I don't see it being a problem.
yeah, I'd say
It's not
that
gonna
we empower Nina to comply to,
Yeah.
to the
Maybe
best that
just
she
do
can.
it.
and
Understanding that
what
some
the-
of our promises may end up being a little bit hollow. We're a public body,
Words to
We're
live by.
Our prerogative is hollow promises.
Okay, so, I'm not hearing any opposition, I'm gonna move forward, thank you. The next thing I just wanna make you aware of is.
You said there was one thing.
Well, it's the same
you
subject.
promised.
Item B on the subject is that I just want to make you aware that the LLB is beginning to meet with departments as early as next week and into the following week as well. The initial process will begin by working with departments inside of essentially Town Hall and meeting with those departments to identify their space needs. I do need to forward to the board a copy of the overall general plan, and it gets us basically through December. And I also need to loop back with the architect and get to determine when our regular correspondence by phone would be with them, so we can stay on top of the project.
Great.
So that's all I had on that. And then the last item, I guess, is minutes.
Thank you.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to approve the meeting minutes of July 29th and August 19th, 2019.
Second.
August 19th, just one thing on the second page, it says that I seconded something, so that has to be changed.
As amended.
Yeah, that was, who made the motion?
Jason made the motion, I seconded it.
Right.
As amended.
As amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Did we get minutes yet on the first, what was it, the meeting we had at the Chinese restaurant, the goal-setting meeting? Probably shouldn't lose track of that. We ought to have something as a record for that, because we made a point to do that in the past when we had those kind of meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're, what are the point of being legal by posting?
Yeah, I
it? We
thought
gotta
we
be
did,
legal.
right?
we?
Because you covered mine and actually did them in the.
I'm not sure, honestly. I'll have to look.
I thought we did.
You're
Motion to
doing-
adjourn.
I'm not
But you're
certain we
doing
didn't. I
executive session.
Motion been made and second to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.